It being the appointed time, I'd like to welcome everyone in our viewing audience and gallery to this meeting of Collingwood Council on March the 4th, 2024. And I will begin by asking Councillor Doherty if she would be pleased to do the land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. For more than 15,000 years, the First Nations walked upon and cared for the lands we now call home. Anishinaabeg, Haudenosaunee, Ojibwe, and many others who were families, friends, and communities the way we are today. The town of Collingwood acknowledges the Lake Simcoe-Nottawasaga Treaty of 1818 and the relationship it establishes with the original inhabitants of Turtle Island. We acknowledge the reality of our shared history and the current contributions of Indigenous people within our community. We seek to continue empowering expressions of pride amongst all of the diverse stakeholders in this area. We seek to do better and to continue to recognize, learn, and grow in friendship and community, nation to nation.
The next order of business on our agenda is the adoption of the agenda. And so item 2.1, and it is the recommendation is that the content of the council agenda for March the 4th, 2024 be adopted as amended. And the amendment is the addition of consent item 10.4 and staff report C 2024-02. And just before I ask for a mover and a seconder, I'll just mention as well, there was a little bit of change to the committee of the whole agenda to have the other business and old business and notice of motion put on. And I'll just remind viewers that if they're looking at an older version of the agenda, they would have to do a refresh to pick that up. So the motion is on the table, and I'll ask for a mover. Councillor Jeffrey and Councillor Doherty, and all those in favor? And that's unanimous. The next item is declarations of pecuniary interest. Seeing none from the members, I will mention that as per my previous declaration of a non-pecuniary code of conduct disqualifying interest, due to a relative owning property, I will be stepping away from item 13.2.3 P 2024-05 in the committee of the whole portion of the agenda. And from that, then I will turn to community announcements. And before I turn to Councillor Jeffrey, I think I'll just start out by speaking to the It Starts program that we're all exhibiting signs about today. It Starts as an annual public awareness campaign led by Simcoe County in its 8th year. It's nationally recognized for its innovative approach. The focus of the initiative is to promote a unified and welcoming community and encourage collective action against racism and discrimination. The town of Collingwood is committed to building an inclusive, equitable, and accessible community where everyone feels valued, respected, and the sense of belonging. The It Starts campaign aligns with our shared values, and in support of, I would like to invite member of council to share their respective It Starts action cards. And I will begin with Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. So my card says me, and I think that each of us have to own this education and awareness piece in terms of diversity, equity, and inclusion within our community. I know I receive the benefits of much training at the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. I'd love for us to see a lot more done within our community, but we do have to understand there are certain biases we've grown up and not aware that we are carrying with us. And that kind of training helps you recognize those and maybe making mistakes where you don't understand you are. So I think it starts with me. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And my word is equity. And I think the The best illustration that I've heard of the word equity, I heard when I was in Ghana on FCM's Women in Local Leadership program. And the illustration was equality is when everyone has a shoe, but equity is when everyone has a shoe that fits. Thank you.
Thank you. My word is compassion, and I think that is the core basis of where all of the conversations that we have to start from.
Thank you. My word is community, and as we make strides forward to into better inclusiveness, it starts with the community. As much as it starts independently, you can really, it takes a village. It takes a community to build. It takes a village to build a community, and that's where it should start. Thanks.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm just going to say that it starts with respect and understanding, and I think that's pretty self-explanatory.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. My word is tolerance. If we can all attempt to be in the next year, say 5 or 10% more tolerant of each other and other points of view, I think it'd be a most productive outcome for our whole society and town. And I intend to do that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. My word is appreciation, and if we all can take a couple minutes a day to appreciate the community and especially this community with volunteers and what they do for us, that doesn't take too much. So thank you.
In my word, I'm actually asking and for all of us to promote inclusivity. I think having everybody feel that they're a part of things is such an important part of us being the kind of community that we want it to be. So as it's for the month of March, and we're hoping that people will be able to participate. You can learn more about the campaign by visiting # It Starts. Please share your own action statement on social media by downloading a card. Cards are also available at Town Hall and at the Collingwood Public Library. Thank you. So now we'll move on to our members' community announcements, and I'll turn to Councillor Jeffrey first.
Thank you again, Deputy Mayor. So firstly, on the heels of a very successful Hockey Battles Cancer, I'm very pleased to say that the chemotherapy care gift totes are now have been ordered and received, and they are in Collingwood ready for distribution. And you can contact me or any member of the Collingwood Blues executive, or you can email admin@seawoodblues.com. And then also with respect to our Collingwood Council Challenge team for the coldest night, I'm pleased to report that we have raised $1,555. The donations do not close till March 31st, so there's still time to support us, but we reached more than 95% of our goal. And as far as Home Horizons event goes for our town, their goal was 190,000, and I know this changes daily right now while donations still come in, but it was over 100%. It was 102%. 378 walkers, 67 teams, and 32 volunteers. So an amazing outcome for our little community. So thank you.
For sure. Here. It was very good. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Chair. And you might know, Tess, that I am wearing a T-shirt with an illustration of an actual picture of women working in the shipyards, and it is entitled, "This is Women's Work." This is because during the Second World War, when men were away fighting, the women took over on the building of the ships, which was a very important job, obviously, during a war. And while that was a great experience and a great achievement, it should be noted that when the men came back, the women lost their jobs and were relegated back to the kitchen. In honor of International Women's Day, we certainly can acknowledge that we have made great strides since 1942 to 1945. But we still have a ways to go. We have not achieved pay equity. We have not achieved equal pay or equal work. There are many women in this world that still fear of violence from their male partners or relatives. So we've got a ways to go yet. Thanks.
Councillor Houston?
The only update that I had was that last Friday I attended the Downtown Business Improvement Association's annual general meeting. I don't have a lot to share to that because General Manager Sue Nicholson's here, and I'm sure she may speak to that a little later.
Councillor Potts?
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. I have two announcements. First of all, first announcement, through the Keeping Collingwood Clean Committee, they started an initiative, I guess it'd be over the course of the last year, recognizing local businesses that in their efforts to contribute with the garbage cleanliness and cigarette pickups through the town. Last week, Walmart Collingwood was presented with the award, premier awardee in their efforts with the cigarette recycling and their efforts to add additional garbage collection on their property. And I'd like to thank the Keeping Collingwood Clean group led by Mary Ellen Sheffield and their efforts to work with the local businesses throughout the community to ensure that they can do their part. And I ask the community to look for further challenges that will be coming down the pipe in the near future. My second announcement, Collingwood Sports Hall of Fame. Again, the 2024 requests for nominations are currently open. Nominations within the builders, athletes, and the team categories. They'll be accepted commencing, it started in January and it ends Friday, March 29th. This year's event does mark the 50th year since the Hall's inception in 1974. If you want to get your forms, you can certainly get them on the website at the collingwoodsportshallofFame.ca. You can also pick up a copy at the library, and all submissions need to be submitted to the library by the deadline. Those are my announcements. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Ring?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Fryer. Excuse me. More of a comment that after participating in coldest night of the year, I will say, we've had a pretty mild winter, but that was the coldest night of the year.
Yeah.
Anyways, I congratulate everybody that did the walk and did the donating. I'd just like to end by congratulating the Collingwood Blues for another successful season. They finished first overall in the OJHL this year, and they begin their playoffs on Friday against Bradford. That's it. Thank you.
Councillor Baines?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. No announcements from me today.
Okay. Councillor Perry?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Fryer. Couple library announcements. There are still some spots available for March break events at the library. You can see all the details daily, see all the daily activities for children and youth at the library website, collingwoodpubliclibrary.ca. And this Friday, March 8th, it's International Women's Day. Join 12 local Collingwood women authors who through one decision changed the course of their lives. They will discuss their recently released collaborative book, One Decision Away, and the inspiring stories that changed their lives. Please bring a non-perishable item or donation for the library pantry. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I do have, I do want to say a couple of things in regards, on behalf of Collingwood Council in regards, number one, to International Women's Day, which is recognized globally on March the 8th and is a celebration of the social, economic, cultural, and political achievements of women. International Women's Day belongs to everyone, everywhere. A gender equal world requires collective action to tackle bias, stereotypes, and discrimination. This 2024 International Women's Day theme is Inspire Inclusion. I also wanted to mention that Ramadan is March the 10th, and Ramadan is celebrated during the 9th month of the Islamic calendar, beginning on the first sighting of the new crescent moon. On this day, Muslims around the world being a month-long spiritual journey of fasting, begin a month-long spiritual journey of fasting during daylight, prayer, reflection, and community. Wishing you warm wishes on this Ramadan. Ramadan Mubarak. Then I just have a couple of local announcements. First was going to be that on April 4th and 5th, Big Brothers and Big Sisters of Grey Bruce and Simcoe West will be holding their 44th feature fundraising Bowl for Kids' Sake here in Collingwood. Collingwood Council participation took me away from my longtime board work over the past 10 years, but it continues to be a passion, so I would like to plan for a council team again this year. We, of course, all have busy calendars, but I will put an email out to you, and we'll see if we can work something out. This past Saturday, I was joined by Councillor Doherty and had the pleasure of bringing greetings and thanks on behalf of Collingwood's Council to Breaking Down Barriers at their feature fundraising event, Rockin' the House, Bondsfield. I express our thanks to MP Dowdall, MPP Saunderson, and Mayor Measures for joining us. We were all thrilled with the participation as Breaking Down Barriers had not been able to hold the event the past 3 years due to COVID. In my remarks, I referred to Executive Director Gall's annual report message that the organization found 2023 to be a time of change, of shifting gears to go from surviving to thriving. I recall that when some of us visited the upgraded center on St. Marie for their opening event last year, COVID was a very trying time, but they had put enhancements in place through monumental effort that enabled them to now provide even better service to their clients. Those services are so essential to the South Georgian Bay communities. Close to 5,000 unique individuals served last year alone. Yes, that shows that they are thriving. It would be remiss of me when speaking about breaking down barriers not to make a comment about Kathy Bloomfield. Catherine received the Order of Collingwood in 1985 for her pioneering efforts to establish breaking down barriers out of her initial work with the March of Dimes. So she is very excited and proud about the 40th year celebration coming up in 2025, as she should be. And we're all very well aware that Kathy is a big volunteer in ways with the community things that we have. So I congratulate them on a very successful event. I know they were thrilled that they have that fundraiser back, and it was so successful. So those are our community announcements. The next order of business is deputations, and we do not have any that are scheduled. So we're going to move to adoption of the minutes. Item 6.1. The recommendation is that the minutes of the Council Committee of the Whole meeting held February 21st, 2024, excluding Committee of the Whole recommendations, and the council meeting held February 26, 2024, be approved as presented. So I'll ask for a mover, Councillor Houston and Councillor Ring as a seconder. And I'm going to just note, I had a couple of amendments that I'm going to put on the table and hoping to get support for. In regards to the February 21st, which is item 14.6, it's item 14.6.3 on page 13 of the minutes, and that refers to the update I provided. And I would submit that we should insert in camera ahead of the council meeting spot in that piece of the minutes, because it was an in-camera meeting and not a regular council meeting. And then also add on to the end that the reason adding it on to the end, that it was due to council receiving a confidential update. And so I would ask for a seconder for that, if that's okay. And then I would ask if anybody, so Councillor Jeffrey, is anybody wishing to speak to that and ask for any clarification? Councillor Baines, go ahead.
Sorry, just a clarification. Where on page 13 are you looking for this?
Well,
Slight
when I
amendment.
got the right page, I down here. I don't have the agenda. I don't have the minutes right in front of me. It's item 14.6.3. Is that at the bottom? Yes. Okay. Yeah. Any other questions? Okay, I'll call the matter to a vote then. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you very much. And then I wanted to clarify as well with an amendment to the February 26th item 4, which is resolution 111-2024, which is the motion that I put out with Councillor Houston seconding about the regional letter of support for the location of the new hospital. In addition to when Clerk Services received Clearview's request, the motion actually had made reference to the date that council itself was circulated by the by Mayor Hamlin of the letter. So I was going to ask, and I had put this through to Clerk Amos at her request, because it was a pretty hectic time when we did that whole piece, and I believe that if it's, I'm going to put this amendment forward and hope that council supports it. In this so it's, as I said, it's in the minutes, and it's the resolution 111-2024. And I believe the first line reads appropriately. In the second line, I'm asking that to Clerk Services be inserted after circulated. And that's the February 15th date when Clerk Services received it. And then I was asking that we insert circulated to council by Mayor Hamlin on February the 20th after Clearview. So I will turn to Councillor Houston, because it was our original motion, and ask if he'd be willing to second that, and he will. And that is open for any questions or clarification that anybody's asking for. Go ahead again.
And just to be clear, you're looking at page 4 under resolution 111-2024. I only see one sentence there, that the regional letter of support for the location, blah, blah, blah.
Yes.
You want to add to that?
Yes.
Right. Thank you.
It's not, it still would just be one sentence with just those words inserted.
Thank you.
Councillor Ring?
We look at today's agenda. And what number you
The minutes.
So it's where the resolution 111-2024 was being dealt with. And I can repeat the amendment, Councillor Ring, if you would like. Will we be able to put it up on the screen? Clerk Thomas, are you okay with that?
Circulated to council from Mary.
February 20th. And that would come after the word Clearview. I guess it should be to the clerk on February 15th. Or I'm sorry, you're referring to the Clearview clerk in that spot, aren't you? And the wording that is there is actually what was put forward by, for the most part, from what was put forward by Councillor Houston and myself then. Go ahead, Councillor Ring.
We passing this just to add that wording? Are we going to revote? Okay, thank you.
No, this is just clarification in the minutes of the vote. Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak to it? Okay, so we'll call to vote. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you very much. And now we will have to vote on both, or the amended motion, because we are receiving both minutes at the same time. So I have a mover in Councillor Houston and a seconder in Councillor Ring. Is there any discussion about the amended motion to receive the minutes? All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. And does anybody have anything business rising from the minutes? Okay, so I was just going to mention at this point in time, in reference to the vote that happened on February 26th. You may recall I actually leaned over and interrupted the clerk and the mayor as we moved on to other business and asked for just a note of the vote, the 5-4. And what I had noticed was the screen didn't change from just Mayor Hamlin when the vote was taken. So that's why I leaned in to just make sure that it was announced that the vote was a 5-4 vote. And I had been thinking to myself that it probably would have been good to do something like a vote, call the vote in such a way that it'd be identified. But I was reminded by Clerk Amos that any vote that we hold, there's an access point on the website that the public can access, and they can go in and they can see how each of the individual councillors voted. So we didn't call for anything other than just a regular vote. And I'm very comfortable with that, because if anybody from the public wanted to see how the vote had happened, they could access that point. So I thank for the reminder, and I'll just share that with the viewing audience as well, that's available to any member of the public. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just to follow up then, I suppose, to the clerk, if it had been a recorded vote, would all the names for and against be shown in the minutes? Thank you. That's all I wanted.
I think it dramatically reduces the number of recorded votes by having that access point. It's a great feature. And as Councillor Jeffrey was saying, it was introduced last term by council. Okay, so we'll able to move to item 6.2, which is the approval of the Committee of the Whole recommendations. And under 6.21, the recommendation that the Committee of the Whole recommendations from its meeting held February 21st, 2024, contained within the February 21st, 2024 council minutes, be hereby approved as presented. And it includes T 2024-02, Council Community Grant Policy, as amended. PRC 2024-01, Mayor's Golf Challenge 2024 Beneficiaries, as amended. PW 2024-04, Drinking Water System Backflow Prevention and Cross-Connection Control Subservice Update. C 2024-01, Delegated Authority Updates, which was deferred to March the 18th for Committee of the Whole. And then various committee and board minutes. So I'd ask for a mover. Councillor Baines, and seconder, Councillor Doherty. And that's up for discussion if anybody would like to discuss. Looked like it, so I will call that to vote. All those in favor? Sorry, Councilor Dory, I didn't see if you put your card up. Thank you. Unanimous. Thank you. And now we'll move to item 7, and it's under staff reports, and item 7.1 is PW 2024-07 water treatment plant interim capacity feasibility study. And we believe are going to be receiving a presentation on this. So I won't read the motion in until we've had that, correct? So
Actually, speaking to this. And since it's in the council, actually, there's not.
do not presentation.
There's no.
So we are okay to read the motion in after the staff have presented to us because it doesn't interact with the public since it's in the council situation. So I will, I think, begin by turning to CEO Skinner and allow you to introduce the item.
Yes, thank you. And I'm going to very quickly turn it over to Director Slama, who's wanted to speak to this one briefly before, just to make sure council and the public are aware of the proposed work and why it's been proposed. Thank you. Yes, thank you. And to the chair, I don't have a presentation. I'll just be speaking to the report this evening. So the Collingwood water treatment plant is currently operating at 80% capacity. Through the town's servicing capacity allocation policy, the town has committed 80% of the water treatment plant capacity to future development. Staff will be providing more information on these commitments at Committee of the Whole today. Detailed design and tendering of a water treatment plant expansion is complete, with the town negotiating an extension of the low bid tender price to April 16th of 2024. As part of the tender submission, the general contractor submitted time to complete construction of the work. Time to reach commissioning of the expanded capacity was submitted as 5 years from start of construction. With this time frame, if the construction tender is awarded in April, the expanded capacity will be online and available mid-2029. Therefore, there's a maximum of 10% of the water treatment plant capacity that can be allocated over the next 5 years. If the construction of the water treatment plant expansion does not get awarded in April, the town will be going back to the engineering planning process to consider different options for water treatment plant expansion for Collingwood's needs. Staff expect any process other than moving forward with the already completed design and tendered expansion will take longer than 5 years. To be able to support Collingwood's targeted growth and development over the next 5 years, it is recommended the town consider options to achieve some interim capacity, either during construction or if the expansion as planned does not move forward. Again, if the expansion tender is not awarded, this time period will be longer than 5 years. The existing water treatment plant has many components that are at or past their service lifespan. Since the town has been planning expansion for the last 4+ years, operation and maintenance staff have been doing what they can to maintain operation of equipment that will be upgraded during the expansion in an effort to minimize the replacement of equipment that will not be used in the expansion. Staff have had further conversations with the water treatment plant expansion design engineers, AECOM and Swell, on what interim capacity could be achieved with the existing equipment. There is a need to complete a feasibility study on various components of the existing water treatment plant so many questions can be accurately answered. There are known limitations to the raw water intake, existing membrane production capacity, high lift pump capacity, electrical controls of the treatment operation, electrical equipment and feed, and standby support for any interim capacity. There will also be an added complexity to provide more water while the plant site is under construction if the expansion goes ahead. Staff recommend the expansion engineers complete a feasibility study on various components of the plant. This will include in situ testing of existing equipment, engineering analysis and modeling, and an estimation of time and cost for different component upgrades.
All of this information will allow council to make an informed decision regarding the value of achieving additional capacity during construction and what work will provide the most beneficial outcomes for Collingwood. AECOM and Swell have indicated they can complete this study by the end of October if given direction to proceed now for an upset limit of 300,000. A decision to move forward with any interim capacity options will require further engineering and capital budget. Council will be provided with estimates of these costs within the feasibility report. It should also be noted that New Tecumseth may wish to contribute to this study to be informed on if any additional capacity can be shared with them. If council approves this work, staff will continue discussion with New Tecumseth on the cost and capacity sharing and will return to council should there be a proposal to share capacity and for New Tecumseth or any others to participate in the cost of this work and any interim capacity. Staff are asking for council's approval of the study today so the work can proceed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that presentation. And I'm going to read out the motion as presented. So that staff report PW 2024-07, water treatment plant interim capacity feasibility study be received. And that council approve the award of the completion of the water treatment plant interim capacity feasibility study to be completed by October 31st, 2024 to AECOM for the upset limit of $300,000. And that, of course, can be severed out if people want to vote on these separately, but we'll put it on the table together at this point in time. So I will ask for a mover, Councillor Jeffrey, and a seconder, Councillor Potts. And I will open it up to Councillor Jeffrey. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So I guess my question that I asked actually this morning of staff was, I guess we know that the UV disinfection allowed us to eliminate the differential for summer winter, but we also know it has the capacity or the ability to take our capacity beyond what is ministry approved at this point. And I guess I thought we were already pursuing that. I didn't know that this was the next step in that process. So I guess my question is that there isn't any sense to pursuing that extra capacity with the UV disinfection individually because there seem to be other impacts, or it can be maximized, or I was just wondering what the cause for delay was in terms of the UV contribution.
Director Slama, please.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Jeffrey. So you were correct. The UV process equipment is commissioned and in the plant. And what has been installed has been designed and sized to allow for a greater capacity at the plant. So when we look at our existing treatment plant and are we able to get any additional capacity beyond our rated capacity, the UV is one process within our treatment, within the full treatment process that doesn't have any limitations. Like we know we can get that. So now we need to look at some other components which we believe have some limitations. We know each one does have limitations. So it's just what can we get out of some of the other components with respect to additional capacity? What is it going to cost, and what does it mean in the long term? Is it worth it?
And just to follow up, yeah. So I do support this motion for sure, and I really like the comments in terms of staff contacting those who may also have an interim capacity desire to share in the costs of this research and contribution to the plant development. So thank you.
Anyone else wishing to, Councillor Doherty?
Thank you, and through you to Director Slama. So to confirm, Town of Collingwood is undertaking this study entirely on our own at this time, or are we benefiting from contributions from New Tech and potentially others?
Go ahead, Director Slama.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Doherty. At this time, Collingwood is moving ahead with this.
follow up?
No, thank you.
I'll just maybe add, because one of the thoughts I had was about new Nicholson, and we're trying to make sure Collingwood is protected for years, whatever the outcome is. I know New Tech is looking to try to do that as well. So I do believe, even though we are going at this on our own, it's part of the process. And as things hopefully get firmed up, then we can address maybe some of those costs that we think are relative to the plant itself and to the current capacity is going to have to be in place. And I just wanted to add that because it was on the heels of what you had talked about. So I would ask if there was anyone else who would like to speak to the item. And that's good because that was the only comment I had. I'm supportive of it as well. I think we have to continue to make sure that we are able to assure our community that we will have water service throughout, no matter what the outcome of the current exercises are. So that all being said, I'd ask for all those in favor. And that's unanimous. Thank you. And now we'll move into departmental updates. And the first one is 9.1, and it's an update from our Business Development Center. And I think what I'll do is I'll start out by asking Director Valentine just if she wouldn't mind introducing the item. That would be great.
Certainly. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And through you, we do have the partner agencies here with us this afternoon that are working out of the Business Development Center. And that does also include town staff representing the Small Business Enterprise Center and Economic Development divisions. And they're here to provide a refresher on the programs and services offered in the BDC, as well as how these organizations provide synergies to best serve our business community. They'll also be taking you through some successes they've seen in 2023 and provide a sneak peek into some exciting changes and offerings for 2024. So I believe we have our folks in the audience today that can approach the podium at your call, Chair.
Well, I guess I just figure out who's first and welcome them up and welcome. And we're not going to hold you to 10 minutes or anything like that, but I'm not sure what's planned. So you go right ahead.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Fryer and members of council for having us here today. The BDC really is a regional support center that focuses on small business and entrepreneurship, as well as industry relations and larger economic issues. The partners at the BDC consist of the Town of Collingwood's Economic Development Department, the Collingwood Downtown Business Improvement Area, Community Future South Georgian Bay, and the South Georgian Bay Small Business Enterprise Center. Next slide, please. All of these organizations have their strengths, and we work together really to provide a seamless offering to our businesses and people looking to start and grow their businesses here in Collingwood. An example of how we might work together is the Small Business Enterprise Center might receive an inquiry for a consultation for someone looking to start a business. Through meeting with them, they identify the need for some financial support, so refer them over to Community Future South Georgian Bay as they provide loan services. They also needed assistance with identifying a space to open their business, so the South Georgian Bay Small Business Center would refer them over to Economic Development as we offer support with site selection. In the discussions with Economic Development might be identified that the downtown core is the best location for this business. So then we engage our downtown BIA to help identify opportunities within. So that's just a small example of how we all work together to support one single business. Next slide, please. As mentioned, we're here to provide advice, free consultations, act as a concierge service for businesses, and offer support with site selection. We also help businesses make connections through mentorship programs, networking events, and access to business development and growth programs. And financial support is also provided through the loans, as well as access to grants through our Small Business Enterprise Center, and support with applying for grants from other agencies, such as the Can Export Program or Southwestern Ontario Development Fund. Next slide, please. I'd like to invite Gillian Fairley to come and speak in regards to the South Georgian Bay Community Futures.
Thank you. We appreciate the opportunity to present to you today an update on the wonderful activities of our organization, the Business Development Center. For those of you who aren't familiar, Community Futures program is a national program so that our office is located across Canada. Our office is funded through FedDev Ontario, and we are governed by a not-for-profit board that is made up of a wonderful group of volunteers that are all entrepreneurs themselves or professionals in the community. And we support small businesses through three fundamental ways. We do that through loans, we do that through business coaching and counseling, and we do that through community economic development. I'll speak to a couple of those projects later. And we have been in business in this community for 37 years. In fact, we are hitting 38 years this September. So we have a long track record of supporting entrepreneurs. And our geography actually expands 13 municipalities. So we have a large catchment area that covers Simcoe County, Grey County, and all of Dufferin County. And we were incredibly busy during COVID, issuing COVID recovery loans, similar to CBUV's Code Regional Relief and Recovery Loans. It was a program only available to rural businesses. So it was incredibly busy during COVID. And this past year, outside of refinancing those loans, we've also doubled the volume of regular applications. So we're a busy little office. And I wanted to mention a couple of programs that we have been working in partnership with our community partners, including the Business Development Center partners and others. The first one is BizLink. This is our business succession program. So we know that there's going to be a wave of business successions coming our way as business owners look to retire. And we also see, and with influx of people coming to small communities, that a great opportunity to enter entrepreneurship is actually to buy a business. So this program supports both buyers and sellers in transitions of businesses in the community. It also keeps those businesses alive in the communities where they've been started by wonderful entrepreneurs. And the second program is our T3 Accelerator program. So this is our tourism coaching program, and we've been offering this program in partnership with RTO7 now for 5 years. And once again, this engages wonderful, experienced volunteer coaches from the community, where we provide guidance to tourism businesses in the area. And we're also adding a component now to help tourism businesses navigate tech opportunities to increase efficiency. Next slide, please. So here's a sample of some of our client successes, but really there are many more. We are passionate about supporting entrepreneurship in all the communities we serve. And our clients enjoy working with us because we offer full wraparound support. And I want to express how much we sincerely value the partnership with the Business Development Center. I'm not sure if many of you know, but I was actually the general manager of the Small Business Enterprise Center when we started to negotiate co-locating all the offices together at the BDC. And we're about to celebrate 10 years this year as a partnership. And we have thoroughly enjoyed, and even my new role as general manager of the Community Futures organization, enjoyed seeing those partnerships continue. They've started strong and continued strong. We've grown to engage other business organizations in the community and beyond. And we continually seek opportunities to work together, whether it be on events or share ideas about business development. And it's such an amazing partnership, and we've certainly valued being a part of the BDC and are looking forward to continuing to work with our wonderful community partners. Thank you.
Oh, that's okay. Thanks, Gillian. Next slide, please. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Tim Newton with the South Georgian Bay Small Business Enterprise Centre, and just wanted to provide you with a core service update where we provide businesses that come in and speak to us about business ideas or businesses that are already established with information and support and confidence building. We offer 2 startup programs that include the Summer Company program, where we'll have 6 high school or university age students apply for a grant of $3,000 to help them launch and run a business through the course of the summer. We also run the Starter Company Plus program, which is a $5,000 grant for businesses to either start or expand a business. And those programs are supported with grants from the provincial government of Ontario. We consider ourselves to be experts in resource connections, so we're well embedded into the entrepreneurship ecosystem, both within the Business Development Centre, as well as our neighbouring partners in the County of Simcoe and the County of Grey. And we also are well familiar with the businesses that exist in the local community that can work peer-to-peer and mentorship support. We run business planning workshops for businesses, as well as provide one-on-one services to help businesses flesh out their business plans to build and grow successful businesses that then contribute to our economy. And we also run a slew of business events and workshops throughout the year that council receives updates on a weekly basis, as well as full listings on our website. Sad news to report today is that last Friday, the Digital Service Squad and Digital Main Street program received an announcement from the provincial government that it will no longer be receiving funding moving forward. So we're running into the end of our service contract with that program that will see us conclude service provision on the 31st of March this year. We haven't given up. We are meeting this week to discuss ways to get around the service disruption that will present. We are also running a program called Virtual Service Advisory, which allows us to connect businesses looking for information from professional designated services such as accounting, bookkeeping, legal, and human resources. We're very stingy with our service provision of that because of our budget amounts, but when it is needed, we can justify connecting businesses to those professionals for expert tutelage and information. We're also well connected now with what we call Small Business Centres Ontario, which is a network of small business enterprise centres. There are 54 locations across Ontario. And together, we're advocating for the future of small business enterprise centres and the support that we receive from the province of Ontario. Backing up a couple of months with thanks to council support, we have written to the Ministry of Economic Development, Job Creation and Trade requesting a review of SPEC funding and programming, which will hopefully see us see an increase in funding and longer terms for those agreements moving into 2025 and 2026 and beyond. Next slide, please. I did just want to reflect that out of the programs that we run, we have many successes. Just a snapshot of those. These four that you see in front of you include Carly Gugulu from the Thought Sanctuary, who has now 59 stockists of her herbal vibrational oils inspired by nature, including the business Goop, which was an e-commerce company founded by Gwyneth Paltrow. She's also found in Saks Fifth Avenue. Aeon Kitchens and Designs is a company run by Ross Burley. You'll find at the end of Huron-Ontario Street towards the water in the Admiral Building. Ross is a phenomenal business owner, started in 2016, went through our program then. And the reason I'm bringing him up is that he has been a mentor for our program participants just because he loves to give back. The Active Reader, here we have Rebecca and Robin, who came into the Starter Company Plus program, graduated from that program and transitioned across the GB Accelerator, and they're now being sold through Mastermind Canada, as well as entering and breaking into the US market. So a good example of that collaboration. And then Summit Social House, I'm sure many of you have seen it, and I hope have been in there to buy yourselves a cup of coffee. But Bruce Siegman runs that, offering a successful coffee and bike repair shop on Huron-Ontario. And he's just recently started the Collingwood Collective, which is a not-for-profit cycling initiative to develop youth athletes and integrate cycling programs into the community. And that concludes my presentation. I'll hand over to Susan Nicholson from the BIA.
I'm the short one of the group. Thank you very much for your time today. Great opportunity to connect with you and to bring you up to speed on some of the things we're doing. Of course, you're maybe a little more familiar with the BIA. We're a local board of the municipality. We're unique in that we're the only self-funded local board. And we are one of more than 330 across the province of Ontario, 500 across Canada. And the concept of BIAs since its inception in 1970 in Bloor West Village, which was the first one, what has really gone across the world. I often refer to it as Ontario's least known export because the concept has certainly gone global. And what our mandate is, like other BIAs in the province, is to make the downtown area a better place to do business, not to promote individual businesses, but to collectively make it a better place for them to succeed in. And we do that through improvements to the public realm. We've done a lot of that this year. I'll be talking about that shortly. Activations through events and festivals, and this can include anything from the small community-based festival like our Easter egg hunt or our Halloween event, To more broad-based tourism draws, our Fashion Week. I would suggest that our Santa Claus parade and the Christmas activities we do draw our tourist market. We certainly promote to them. And of course, our very popular farmers market. We also advocate on behalf of the district. Our work on the official plan consultation is an example of that, because we look at what is happening in the broader base community that will affect the possibility of the vitality or the impact the vitality of the downtown core. We also market to the local region, which is our prime draw for this downtown and beyond, and we do that extended marketing through assistance with, sometimes it's cooperative advertising through initiatives that the town is doing, through Simcoe County Tourism, and of course the Regional Tourism Organization and the Minister of Tourism, who help fund those things. And certainly a BIA is integral to advancing a distinct, livable, vibrant, and resilient business district in its local community. We support 600 property and business owners in the downtown core, and we estimate that there are more than 2,000 people that work, part-time and full-time people that work within the downtown core. So collectively, we're one of this community's largest employers. Next slide, please. We had some great success stories. If you remember, when we've come to budget for you to approve our budget has been anywhere between $600,000 to $650,000 based on levy and the funds that we raised through grants, sponsorships, and farmers market fees. Last year, our budget went to $1.3 million because of the grants that we were successful in getting that enabled us to do a lot of programming and certainly enhancements to the public realm. That included the redevelopment and activation of Hurontario Street as a, I should say, temporary public space, because I know we haven't made a final decision on that. We replaced the Seawood sign, and although it's not got that old-fashioned marquee look anymore, it certainly is a much safer installation, and it allows us to collaborate with the town clock tower change in color to celebrate initiatives within the community. We've made improvements to the downtown green space, the 24 planters that we were able to pay for through the grant, and then program seasonally with 4-season changes to add some color at times when the downtown gardens are still struggling through getting past winter. We've made improvements to the downtown infrastructure. We have provided the downtown core with all new benches and all new garbage cans. We've done some great public art processes, including the postcard mural across the street, as well as the continued wrapping of the utility boxes. Some ground installations we did for Christmas, the bear that was down by the federal building, and the hope sign that we have left at 84 Hurontario, because we think it's an opportunity to reinforce the fact that in this, what's going on in the world, we really need some hope. And it's been a popular initiative. And then our downtown Collingwood gift card program that we initiated a couple of years ago has really ramped up. We have a lot of business participating, and we sold more than $10,000 in gift cards this past Christmas season for people from all over the province to supply gifts to people that they feel would like to enjoy shopping in downtown. Thank you very much for your opportunity to speak. And I'll turn it back to the boss.
Next slide, please. The Economic Development Department also operates out of the Business Development Center, and our recipe for success really is collaboration. By having all the services needed to start or grow a business in one place under one roof, we can really focus on helping people achieve their goals in a place that lets them live more now. Collingwood has been identified as one of the top entrepreneurial communities in Canada, and we continue to support that entrepreneurship through the BDC partnership and delivery of our programs and services. We work with our partners in industry to identify workforce needs, including training, housing, and transit, to be able to attract and retain the skilled talent that we need. We also offer information to potential investors to assist with investment attraction, to help them make informed decisions when investing in our community. We provide data and consumer segmentation, similar to the Environics presentation that Council received not long ago, as well as information in regards to our community profile and assist with site selection. We also support existing businesses in thriving and growing through our business retention and expansion efforts, including our 60-second newsletter update that has almost 4,000 subscribers. Finally, through tourism promotion and support, we support our industry with capacity building events, partnering with organizations to provide training and access to grants. And then we're currently exploring a municipal accommodation tax to be able to increase revenues to invest in the industry. Next slide, please. The town's Economic Development Department continues to offer the Celebrate Your Business program, which we appreciate council and attending on the regular basis. It provides a brand celebration kit, photographer, and media promotion for our local businesses that are celebrating key milestones. We also feature success stories through our blogs and promote the local business accomplishments through our e-newsletter and our social media channels. Next slide, please. As many of our partners have identified, 2023 was a very busy year at the BDC, and it speaks to the continued growth and success of having everyone under one roof. Next slide, please. Looking forward, we're growing our partnerships at the BDC by welcoming the Chamber of Commerce as well as the Georgian Bay Accelerator as part of our team, as well enhance the service offerings at the BDC and better support our local services. We're also continuing with local business visitation and anticipate hosting the Associate Minister of Small Business in the spring of 2024. We're also looking at introducing new and innovative events and networking opportunities. Excuse me, I'm not feeling quite well. As the BDC partnerships evolve, we're also exploring new program opportunities and ensure that our wraparound supports will continue to provide participants.
Johanna, take a moment. Take a moment. Why don't you sit down?
Sorry.
All right, so we will come out of our recess, and I think I'll just say that everything appears to be fine. So, but we will turn to Tim to continue with the final comments on the first presentation. Thank you.
Thank you kindly, Deputy Mayor. Can we have the presentation slides back up, please? Thank you. So I think Mayor Griggs had already covered off growing partnerships, business visitations, and events and networking. And so new and innovative events and networking opportunities will continue to be offered, such as the Win Your Workspace contest, which offered a prize package that included office space for 8 months, the annual general Making Connections event that will celebrate International Women's Day this Thursday evening at Soul Kitchen, which I will say sold out in 3 days, one of our, I think our record. And turbocharge your business with AI sessions where businesses were provided with an opportunity to learn how to leverage AI as a growth tool. As the Business Development Centre partnerships evolve, we are also exploring new programming opportunities, including a youth entrepreneur program targeting grades 6 to 12 as a feeder for the summer company program run by the Small Business Enterprise Centre. Exploring how the film industry can enhance the local economy, and partnering on enhancements for events throughout the town to drive more traffic to our local businesses. The wraparound support and services provided by the Business Development Centre through participating partners will continue to foster a unique business ecosystem that will help to ensure the continued growth and success of our local economy. Thank you. We're happy to take questions with the 3 partners that are here right now.
And we will just begin by thanking you for that great presentation. And I will look to councillors to see if anybody would like to speak. So Councillor Perry and then Councillor Jeffries.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Fryer. A couple questions. Thank you for your presentation. It's always great to get updates from downtown. The Collingwood sign, I'm just curious on the capabilities. So can you change colors like per letter or?
Per letter.
Oh,
Per
can
letter
you?
now. Yes, we
Okay.
can.
That's actually.
Did you not
really
see it?
good.
My husband was playing with it one night.
No, I didn't. So I don't
With
change the
several
bulbs
colors.
with them anymore.
You
so-
don't know,
No.
but just to let you know, the old sign is at PRC, and the plan is to refurbish it to be able to use it for what it was. Its original intended purpose was to bring it out for special events, as opposed to leaving it out 24/7 on the street. So it's a much safer unit we have now. But the plan is to not let it die.
Thanks. Okay, that's great. Thanks, Sue. And then one other question. I'm a big fan of the utility box wraps.
Mhm.
And I was just wondering the process of deciding what goes on the wraps. And is it possible for residents to submit photos to be included in that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes. Because we actually have, we were working with one of the local photographers to actually use use for his photography on one of the boxes. We also, the one that is down by the waterfront, we've actually worked with a museum to use its old historical photos that promote the fact of, what was happening down at the yard. But absolutely, we're always looking for suggestions. We have people on our committee that are involved in the arts and culture sector. So they've been kind of leading this, but absolutely. We'd be looking for.
Maybe I'll put in a couple.
more.
Thank you.
All righty.
Councillor Jeffries.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So through you to Tim, I was just wondering, was there ever a federal portion or contribution to the Digital Main Street? And I'll tell you why I asked, because I specifically remember doing a deputation to Minister Miriam Monsef, who was Minister of Rural Economic Development. I was bragging about some of the things we do in our community, and she reminded me that they did, and they're, the way politicians work, reminded me how much they were contributing to Digital Main Street projects in our community. So I'm just wondering, did it kind of come from the feds to the province to us, or was there ever?
Digital Main Street was actually born as an idea within the City of Toronto. It was punched out to Kitchener-Waterloo for a pilot project, and then the province had identified with the success of the program and decided it should be reflected across the province of Ontario. The success of the provincial expansion, I think, encouraged the federal government to launch what they called the Canadian Digital Adoption Program, So the $2,500 grant was mirrored with a $2,400 federal grant. Businesses could stack those grants. It meant they could apply for both of them together. And then the Canadian Digital Adoption Program had other grant components to it. But we actually received notice that the Canadian Digital Adoption Program has, or elements of it have definitely ceased operations in the last couple of weeks as well.
Okay, so thank you. So I will take that with me to FCM because we're working on our addressing the budget and what we need in our communities going forward. And then lastly, just really to speak to, Gillian's presentation and the importance that, I mean, anybody can be the next success story. And I'm embarrassed to say when it said Lent since 1986, I was the loan manager in 1986. And so I worked there for 13 years. And when Vicky Kerr walked through the door, she had 4 children, one of which was a baby on her hip. Her farmhouse had just burnt down and she had a 200-acre farm of potatoes and an idea for a healthy snack for her kids. And that business development center, we were doing Georgian Triangle Economic Development Corporation at the time. It was a mouthful, GTADIC, we called it. But, I think it's important that people know that these opportunities are out there and it can become real. And as we all know, she ended up selling to Hostess Frito-Lay for an undisclosed amount, but we know it was hefty. So anyway, I think these are departments and work we don't hear enough about around our council table. And I'd love to hear lots more as we go through the year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Fryer. To the 3 of you, thank you very much for your informative presentation. Other than more money, which we can discuss at budget time, is there anything else that council members can do for you? I mean, I think I speak for everybody to feel free to call upon us to, I don't know, take a prospect out to lunch or coffee or something to that effect, if you think it would be add value to the process, and I hope it would. And to reinforce Councillor Jeffrey's point, I would love to read a little pocket history of your success stories as well to be up to speed on this. So thank you.
I don't think that was a question. Because the money part is definitely going to be handled at the budget time. So I will turn to Councillor Ring. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. And this probably isn't a question either, but you got to get used to that from me by now. What I'd like to start off by commending the Business Development Center and all the organizations that make it up and the great work you do for the town of Collingwood, the businesses, the entrepreneurships, everything that goes with it. You do a super job and you've really put our town on the map. I'm going to make a comment because I was kind of vocal on the 84 here Ontario Street, the public space across the road. I didn't think it was a good idea to pave that, but because I figured it would look like a parking lot, but I'm going to eat my words a little bit because I was just walking by there yesterday and I think that space doesn't look too bad. And I want to commend I guess Sue Nicholson and then the BIA for you've done there. I know it's not finished. I know it's going to be a lot nicer than we see, but it has really cleaned it up and it is being used. You see people sitting in there all the time. So I just like to commend you and congratulate you for what you have done there. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I mean, the alternative would have been from a liability perspective, leaving it and having to fence it off and not be used at all. So I think, it's a very thin load of a bit of paving there that can easily be pulled up and will make it all green. But it is being well used and activated, and we're continuing to research other areas that we can activate it with. We've got a local community group that's being led by one of the people next door. And he's gathering community support to suggest other ways that it could be used and really has a vested interest in it. I mean, his building is next door. He'd like to keep it apart, but but he really has galvanized the community in thinking about it as a place that can be really a community center. And so we'll continue to do that. And I keep applying for more grants to do all sorts of wonderful things. And hopefully we'll bring back good news when we come back to you. Thank you. And can I
go ahead?
Can I just add? Yep. I'm just following up on Tim's the Digital Main Street program that was actually rolled out through the Ontario BIA Association across the province. Although it made much more sense for it to be a regional initiative when we opened up the program here. But it is one of the most successful programs that has ever been run. It touched businesses right across the province. It wasn't centered in a specific area. We had people in the north that were involved in it, and southwestern Ontario, and just across the province. And the Ontario BIS Association was very disappointed in the fact that they weren't going to continue it, because it's a well-run, impactful program. So if you're talking to MPPs or you're involved in the provincial initiatives, I think we really need to talk to them about the fact that they've let go of a very successful program that is really supportive of small businesses.
Okay. Councillor Doherty, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll address this to the group, although we may want to defer this question when Manager Griggs is still available or is again available. But we have cut funding to the Southern Georgian Bay Tourism Association and removed our seat from their board of directors. And I'm just wondering what activity is being undertaken, because my understanding was that there was going to be some concerted effort to look at some alternatives to that association and the work that they're doing. So I'm not sure who can answer that question. Maybe I may need to defer.
Yeah, that is a question we'd prefer to defer to Manager Griggs at an appropriate time.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I will then actually ask if Director Valentine, I think she would like to say a few words.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Appreciate the opportunity. And on behalf of Manager Griggs, I'm certainly very aware of the importance of South Georgian Bay tourism to the overall ecosystem, and have committed to continue to work with them. We are currently undergoing a tourism strategy or tourism master plan, which will look at the different options related to how best the town can play its role within its jurisdiction to support tourism and what would be required from other partners and organizations. And that includes taking a look at the governance of the MAT and how that can best be achieved to meet the needs of our area. South Georgian Bay tourism would continue to be eligible, but there are also other options to deliver that particular service. So we are taking a dual approach through the MAT project as well as through the tourism master plan to come back to council with some well thought out recommendations.
Councillor Houston, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, outside of the grant opportunities that Digital Main Street provides, what's the remaining funding gap? Because I understand there's also the services that are provided through the contractor and other partners. What's the funding gap now that that program would have used?
So we had an agreement that was administered through the Ontario Business Improvement Area Association on an annual basis with about $82,000 paying for the digital service squad. That was a subcontracted agreement and saw a squad that was 4 strong on a part-time basis, utilizing individual skill sets to support a variety of digital capacity building tools. So an annual budget of around $80,000.
Thank you very much.
I think that's everyone then, and I'll add my comments on. And again, thank you for your presentation. And I think it's quite clear with the interest coming from all the members of council here with their various questions that we realize what an integral part your organizations are playing in our business community. So again, thank you very much for your presentation, and we look forward to the next time we get to see you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
I'll be back with my budget shortly.
And just the budgets again. In regards to 9.2, the Economic Development Action Plan, we will receive that the next best opportunity when CEO Skinner feels it's best to bring it in. So Director Slama doesn't have as much time to prepare, but we'll move on to 9.3, and it's the update on Findlay and High Street pedestrian crosswalk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to provide council and the public an update on a pedestrian crosswalk that was planned for High Street and Findlay. So at this location, we've been recently installed a temporary traffic signal control device to enhance pedestrian safety. This temporary intersection pedestrian signal has been installed to assist pedestrian, especially our school children, with crossing High Street. The device is geared to control the traffic on High Street only, and it is activated by the AODA pedestrian push buttons. The traffic signal will operate in a similar fashion as a traffic light located at Huron Street and Niagara Street. So council will be familiar with that location. In addition, the location was fitted with additional signage and appropriate trail crossing markings to enhance the active transportation experience while providing some positive guidance. Staff acted and expedited the design and installation of this to improve safety based on increased residents moving into the area in the vicinity, as well as numerous public concerns associated with pedestrian safety. Some may be wondering why a temporary signalization. This was proposed considering the future widening plans of High Street, understanding that there will be geometric impacts to the road and intersection in question, and what is needed will likely change. Some of the work for this installation was the relocation of the underground utilities, which will help aid in the future construction work around this intersection. Lastly, we'd like to note that there will be post-activation adjustment period while the drivers and pedestrians get familiar and use the signal. So we understand there may be some calls associated, and people are encouraged to contact Town Hall or use the Service Collingwood portal for their inquiries. So as of this afternoon, the pavement markings have been completed at the intersection and activation is scheduled for tomorrow. So fingers crossed.
Thank you very much. And I will look to anyone who would like to speak. Go ahead, Councillor Potts, and then Councillor Perry.
Yes, just a comment just for you, Deputy Mayor, to Director Slama. I was really excited to see those lights being installed. I have received a lot of feedback from the community. Very happy to see that in place. So I just wanted to say thank you to you and your department and to the staff for getting that put in place, and looking forward to having them activated. Thanks.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Just to echo Councillor Potts's comments, thank you so much. This is great news. I know there were a lot of comments from Summit View as far as getting across High Street. So this is all around great news. Thank you.
And Councillor Ring, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, through you to Director Slama. I too like to echo the congratulations and thank you for getting that done. You used the word temporary though, and you explained why, but when it's activated, whenever we find out what's really going to go on there with the with that corner development, is it always just going to be a pedestrian manually operated, or is there plans for it to be like normal street lights where it directs traffic from all four ways?
Go ahead, Director Slama.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Ring, great question. Yes, it is expected that when we investigate what we want to do for High Street and widening High Street and putting in some proper turning lanes, that will likely be a signalized traffic intersection.
Thank you. Any follow-up? No. Anyone else wishing to speak? That's great. So thank you for the update. Just before we jump out of departmental updates, I missed in community announcements I had intended on, and it's kind of a department thing. I wanted to, on behalf of council, convey congratulations to event coordinator O'Brien for her induction into Event Ontario Hall of Fame. It has been noted in the media, and I thought it appropriate for us to recognize it here at the table. It's an amazing provincial recognition. Her 30 years career in events started with the early years of the Elvis. I can remember that most vividly because I was involved at that time when she started. So congratulations to her. That's, as I say, provincial recognition is an amazing achievement. So I wanted to mention that and then move on to the consent agenda. We have that council herein receive the general consent agenda item or consent agenda. And further, that the information and opinions provided in the general consent agenda items are that of the authors and are not verified or approved as being correct. The first 10.1 is the I practiced this a few times. Amyloidosis Awareness Month, and the clock tower will be illuminated red on March the 1st, 2024. And my apologies for the difficulty on that. 10.2 is International Women's Day, and the clock tower will be illuminated purple on March the 8th, and a flag raising on March the 8th as well at 4 p.m. at the library. And they have the letter from Minister Fraser regarding Housing Accelerator Fund application. And then item 10.4 is the letter from Mayor Hamlin to Minister of Health regarding Collingwood General and Marine Hospital. So I will ask for a mover and a seconder, those items, Councillor Ring and Councillor Baines. And then I will ask if anyone would like anything pulled. Councillor Jeffrey, go ahead.
Just 10.2 for a brief comment.
Okay, so 10.2 we will pull. Councillor Jeffrey, or I'm sorry, Doherty.
10.3.
10.3. Anything else? Okay, so we will vote on the motion, and then we will entertain your comments on the items that you've pulled. All in favor? And that's unanimous. And I will turn to Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So I just want to comment that I'm excited that we have the flag raising and the illumination to reflect this. I guess I just didn't realize soon enough that we weren't going to be having our annual event, which I think women really appreciated. I think we filled a niche that's not covered anywhere else. So I'm just really hoping for next year that I'll be a little quicker on the draw, or if the special events team could maybe consult with the women members of council in terms of whether we think there's something that could be addressed with our leadership and promoting women in local government.
Thank you. And Councillor Doherty on your item.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Actually, in retrospect, I will hold my comments on that letter.
Okay. So we will, we did vote on that, right? Yes. So we can move on to county report. And I do have a couple items. I wanted to further update council regarding Simcoe County's implementation of the One Community Solutions support services beginning on April 1st. And Councillor Jeffrey and I had a chance at the county meeting last week to meet with General Manager Fayez Begat to learn some more about this and the possible modular shelter solution that they're working on. The general manager has been in contact with CEO Skinner and is currently scheduled to attend council on March the 18th to provide further details. It's expected that it will be continued to positively progress, and if anything changes, we certainly will advise council. So I'll ask if there's any questions on that one first. Not be. The other update I wanted to do, I think is positive, is about the long-term waste disposal solution that Simcoe County decided on last week. I have reported on the concerning situation over the next 10 to 15 years, not only for Simcoe County, but Ontario too. You all know that Simcoe County had seriously considered its own recycling facility as a solution. Various lengthy delays were a major factor that led to a situation that the cost had reached into this $360 million range. During that time as well, some major relief has been in development, so that there is somewhere in the order of 500,000 tons of new recycling facility solutions out there. The initial study late last year suggested significant cost difference to continue with disposal as it is currently done. Council decided to go to a formal RFP on status quo, and the resulting contract will be about $10 million less per year for the 23 years that will be using the service. So basically a third in comparison to establishing its own ERC. The county staff are going to continue to consider options for the property because they've gone through an extensive study of that property that was being considered, and they're going to be bringing back options for council to consider that they can put it into use. One might be a yard facility for vehicle maintenance because they will lose that coverage with one of their sites in the near future. So I wanted to mention about that because it is obviously a very monumental decision, and it is a move from what had been considered before. So I can ask if there's any questions about that specifically, and go ahead, Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Are we speaking specifically of the Horseshoe Valley Road site for compost recycling or green bin recycling?
The possible location for the ERC was going to be in Springwater. I don't have the exact coordinates that I can say. It certainly could be in that area of Horseshoe Valley that you're thinking of.
This was a site specifically for green bin disposition, if you will.
Waste disposal,
yes.
Recycling, yes.
And because I served on that committee for 3 years, looked at 507 sites and got it down to 3, and then recommended the Horseshoe Valley site. So,
and as you know, there was, I think, 3 major OLT challenges on the on that.
I'm hopeful they
that decision.
Continue with this. So.
So the status quo will be to continue using the type of facilities that they've been using,
which goes to Hamilton,
and it is in the Hamilton area right now. And I can't recall if there was another location that is proposed at a certain time within the contractual 23 years. They've got a short-term agreement for 3 years and then a long-term agreement for 20 years.
Thank you. I'll follow up on this because 3 years of my life is.
Well, I think there's always the possibility there will be one, but at this point in time, the solution will be to stay with status quo over this period of time. And all that information still is relevant. It's just they're trying to look at the options for the property, but I'll let Councillor Jeffrey add as well from the meeting.
Thank you. So it was a great day to be an alternate councillor at the county, honestly. When they forecast the savings over the average cost to build what you so ably participated in, it was a savings over 20 years of $220 million. And that includes building the new transfer site where the compost will have to be stored and picked up to go to the other locations. So I think I would like to congratulate the county staff, because we don't take that time to do that often, for a refreshing approach to know they were hearing something else out in the market, and that to be responsible for the county taxpayer, this was something they really had to go out on RFP to check the information they were hearing and to bring it and help the county council make the best decision moving forward. So I was quite pleased to be a part of it.
I think the other thing I'd add is that we all know new projects, the challenges that are faced, and the other thing though about going to the RFP and this longer term contract is it's essentially the same cost as we're paying now, which again, when we're looking at a significant increase, now you're looking at the cost kind of being maintained. So but it doesn't mean that type of facility won't eventually be required. It's just that in what we would consider long-term, 23 years, which in the waste disposal scheme of things is probably not that long-term. That's where we're at. So does that cover your question? Anyone else on that one? Go ahead, Councillor Ring.
It might not be on the same what you're talking about, but it is on the composting side of the pickup. We attended a meeting last year when they had all the workshops and county council, and it was brought up then about the green bin program not being panning out as well as they thought it would. Is that still the case, or do they think that the program's improving?
They definitely are. I believe it's second in the province for what they're receiving, and there's challenges with it, and in particular, the idea of institutional, commercial, and industrial side of things. But I'm not aware of any significant red flag out of the county staff in regards to the program. I do believe it's achieving what they want and over and above.
That's good. And you do see that there's a lot more green bins out there, but I can remember at the time it was brought up and it wasn't, it was maybe just somebody making a comment on maybe what they could have to do if it didn't start picking up. And it was at that time mentioned that if you didn't have a green bin out, they weren't going to pick up your garbage either. So it was to encourage people to use the green bin. So if they
haven't had to institute that, no. The other thing I'd add, because we just mentioned about ICI, it's in 2026 that takes place, but they're already discussing it at the county level and trying to make sure that they can mitigate any kind of impact on their ability to collect. So that's where we're at with that. Go ahead.
So just out of curiosity, at one point in time, I thought that 2025 was when the county was going to transition over to full producer responsibility. So is it 2026 now, or was it always 2026?
Just on that particular situation with regards to industrial, commercial, and institutional is the beginning of 26. We already are making changes to introduce the requirements of producer responsibility, and that ICI part is 2026.
Okay.
And then the only other item was going to update, since we were talking about this, and remind everyone that 2024, the Collingwood landfill will reach capacity. Now I've talked about this before. It will not change the way the landfill operates from the standpoint of how the residents use it. They'll take their things the same way they always have. The trucks will pick it up, but instead of going up into the landfill area to drop it off, they'll be taking it to the Simcoe County facility that's directed to. The significance of that for us is we've been receiving from Simcoe County locations waste towards the landfill over the last few years. And those trucks will no longer be coming into Collingwood. It'll only be trucks that are coming in to pick up garbage and take it back out. So it cuts it down around 50% from the basis of truck traffic as a result. So but I expect that we'll hear something from me this year that announces that the landfill has reached capacity. Okay, so we got that out there, and that moves us to motions. And the motion for 12.1 is in regards to FCM National Board of Directors election. So I would turn to Councillor Pecuniary if he would like to read it in, and then we'll seek a seconder for your motion.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Fryer. Recommendation, okay, whereas the Federation of Canadian Municipalities is a nonpartisan entity that represents the interest of municipalities on policy and program matters that fall within federal jurisdiction, and whereas FCM's National Board of Directors is comprised of elected municipal officials from all regions and sizes of communities to form a broad base of support and provide FCM with the emphasis required to carry the municipal message to the federal government. And whereas the FCM annual conference is from June 6th till 9th, 2024, during which the annual general meeting will be held and followed by the election of FCM's National Board of Directors and application to committees. Be it resolved that Council of the Town of Collingwood endorse Councillor Kathy Jeffrey to stand for election on FCM's National Board of Directors and/or a committee of appointment. And further, that council assumes all costs associated with Councillor Jeffrey attending FCM's National Board of Directors meetings up to the allocated approved budgeted amount.
So moved and seconded by Councillor Ring. It's on the table if anybody would like to speak to it. Go ahead, Councillor Chari.
Thank you. I very strongly support this motion, of course. I have sat on council with for a couple of terms with Councillor Jeffrey. I know how very hard she works on her FCM national board and committees, and what a great contribution that she has made. So we're very lucky to have the profile that she has provided around the FCM tables.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, call the vote. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. And now we are going to move into Committee of the Whole. And I have a motion to read out as 13.1 that council herein move into Committee of the Whole session. And I look for a mover, Councillor Potts, and seconder, Councillor Houston, and all those in favor. And I guess we'll take 5 minutes to switch over.
Thank you, committee. And welcome to the second half, our committee of the whole meeting. And we will be starting with a staff report from our CAO, the operational plan, 2023 year-end accomplishments, and 2024 year start. And
Thank you, Chair. Typically very pleased to give, at least so far since I have been giving it. And I'll start with a thank you to three groups briefly. My executive assistant, Shelby Verkint, has been the point person on the operational plan with the support of IT, in particular Aaron, who have created the templates and electronic systems that make this possible. We have a consultant that's doing our strategic plan called Strategy Corp, and they've worked with many municipalities across the province, and they said that this was the first time they'd seen such a system that was easy to use and easily updatable. So we're pleased to hear that. I also wanted to thank the department heads for sponsoring the updates of this plan, and in particular the managers who do a lot of the inputting and updating of material for the operational plan. So the intention of this report, we like to come to you 4 times a year, about a month after the end of each quarter, to show you what we finished up and what we're about to start. And this one, the first one of the year, we'll do the end of 2023 and some of our plans for 2024. So next slide, please, shows the our current vision. And in 2020, Council with Community Update tweaked the community-based vision. People thrive here, live more now, and it talks in those 2 paragraphs about what makes a fantastic Collingwood. And overall, we use this to guide. If we're not quite sure where we're heading, we reread this, and I always read it once or twice a week to make sure that I'm still heading in all the right directions. On the next slide, it talks about the operational plan framework. So this is just a brief reminder. So we don't put everything in the operational plan. What we put in the operational plan are every council resolution that has an action required by staff. If it has a significant mention in the budget, including all the capital projects, we put it in here. If it's on its way to council for a decision and we're tracking it to council, then we put it in here. And if it's a project, which we define as something with a start or an end date, and as a rule of thumb takes about over 3 person weeks a time, we say that's significant enough to be in here. There are lots of other things we do that are out of scope. Typically, they're routine service delivery items or the ongoing delivery of programs and services. So think of something like snow plowing, for example. It happens every year. We do a lot of it. It takes a lot of resources, but it doesn't hit those triggers. But those ongoing things that are our ongoing services, we do document in the budget. And just this year for your 2024 budget decisions, we started showing the budget with the titles of those services so they're clear to council and the public. Well, and the next slide talks a little bit about why we put the operational plan in place. It's really all about collaboration and transparency and teamwork. We wanted everyone to see what was happening. And at least one of the things that council does is you monitor that the resources of the corporation are being well stewarded. And while it's my accountability to make sure that things happen, I know that you need to see what's happening to know that that stewardship is in place. And as well, often the community will have certain projects that they're most interested in, and this gives a chance every quarter for people to see the longer list of projects that they may be interested in and that they're still on track. This is a really aggressive tool. It's not meant to be punitive. If something's moved out a quarter for a good reason, maybe councils didn't, for example, indicated another priority, we couldn't award a contract because the price was not in place, or we didn't at a level we wanted, or we didn't get a bidder. This allows us to transparently show how things have moved around. It's meant to be about communication. It's not meant to show how people haven't got things done, because you'll certainly see in this plan that we do get a lot of things done. And by putting ourselves out there to document when we think they'll be done, it also helps us to get better at understanding what is a full workload. Can we do the things we think we're going to do, and to have that level of self-accountability when we put them on the plan and we update them through the year. So I have, I think it's 3 or 4 slides of the end of 2023 operational plan highlights with respect to accomplishments. Staff did demonstrate again exceptional dedication. There's a lot of achievement here, and it has all happened under council's strategic direction to outline the things that you think are most important for the community and the directions that council would like to take us. So briefly, with respect to the Culbert Estate, there was the trustee appointment and the tenant relocation for the property at 167 3rd Street. We finalized a development agreement for the Poplar Health and Wellness Village ministerial zoning area that's out at the east side of town at the Poplar Side Road. And it's the area where we hope a hospital will be placed by the province in the near future, or at least an announcement that they'll take the hospital there to the next step. The official plan, after much work and community consultation, has been endorsed by council and moved off for the County of Simcoe's review and hopefully endorsement. We have a servicing capacity allocation policy, and it has been implemented. And for those who are not aware of that governmenty lingo, what it means is that developments, when they get their water and wastewater services, it's value-based things that fulfill the values of our community that do get water and wastewater allocation. So that's a very special policy that is now actively implemented and in place. And we do have to celebrate the lifting of the interim control bylaw that made it such that people getting servicing needed to go through council, such that that limited servicing was well allocated. So that's a celebration certainly this past year. The final item from the judicial inquiry was completed. It's the employee code of conduct. There were a number of recommendations in the judicial inquiry about how employees should conduct themselves, very important recommendations. And Clerk Galmus and her team updated the employee code of conduct, and council provided some input such that that's now in place. We have the 2024 to 2027 community-based strategic plan and downtown visioning exercise. And with the downtown visioning, we're collaborating with the business improvement area group. The RFP is done, and we have established a steering committee to guide that work. The accessible transit enhancements have occurred, and transit enhancements in general. We are working on the implementation. It has started for on-demand transit and attempting to fill the new full-time transit position, which will certainly help that to go forward more smoothly and more quickly. And we've also implemented at council's direction a specialized transit service enhancement for those with disabilities via taxi. As well, on the next slide, you'll see that we've implemented some customer service software, and Ingrid Maziak has led that as our customer service manager. It's a wonderful tool, and it's really helping me, and I believe other leaders in the corporation and the people doing the customer service, because it collects the customer service requests. We know the numbers, the trends of things that people are asking about, and as well the timing and to closure of those items and who it may be sitting with. So we're still figuring out some of the intricacies of implementation, but it's certainly well in flight, and I'm very proud of that accomplishment. The youth engagement strategy was approved by council, and we have implementation underway. Things like acting youth mayors and other initiatives that you'll see rolling out in the near future. The water treatment plant had some asset management related membrane replacements, and the design and tender, which we are also hoping to award, but we'll see how all the finances and council decisions work out for the expansion of our water treatment plant. The grain terminals redevelopment went through a phase 5, which was a memorandum of understanding negotiations, and it set the stage for what will be in my 2024 list of public consultations and a development agreement, so binding agreements to move forward. There's been land expropriation for the Mountain Road widening. The Mountain Road widening will be a lovely project. There was a couple of presentations last year looking at the cross section of what we could expect with respect to Mountain Road and how we're supporting and council supporting active transportation and good community access through that link. Hopefully you've all seen the Alwyn Water Play project for children. It's another stellar delivery from our Parks, Recreation and Culture Department that really makes it a special place to live and visit in Collingwood. And finally, on the second of 3 pages is the Denbach Family Park in the Summit View subdivision, what has been designed and is a really lovely park that's going to enhance that neighborhood and remind us of the history of the Denbach, the long history of the Denbach family in Collingwood. Finally, in 2023, a few of the highlights included a master plan for IT and another one for human resources, so information technology and human resources. And just as a refresher, council sets the strategic plan and that vision, and these various master plan help us to expand that vision for the area that they cover, and then starts to talk about what are the major steps that we would take to reach those visions. And typically those are subject to the annual budget decisions of council. So we sort of know what's coming up next, but then council each year would look across those master plans with staff support to bring forward items that will drive us toward our master plans and council's overall vision. Council Collingwood was very actively involved in big long acronym here, FCM PMI will, but that was mentioned earlier today. It's the Women in Local Leadership Program. So Executive Director Peg, Clerk Almas, and Councillor Doherty traveled to Ghana to provide their time and expertise to support this program this year. We've been participating in this since Councillor Jeffrey, through her linkages with FCM and similar trips to this location and others, had introduced Collingwood to it, and Council had endorsed that we wanted to participate in the world this way with great two-direction benefit. Oh, pardon? Yes, and in 2024, we have 2 folks, Jennifer and Adam Nicole. So Jennifer Parker and Adam Herod traveled to Ghana as well. Thank you. And we have, and one of them is in the room today. We have our wonderful affordable housing master plan. That was hard work on many fronts, and the affordable housing master plan is always challenging because it's looking at housing for those who work in our community, the typical working person, and how through a funding that is largely land tax based, the council can do the most possible to incent and support housing in our community. And as well, we have had the Rapid Accessory Dwelling Unit Deployment Initiative. This is the first of its type in Ontario, and probably the first in Canada for rapid accessory dwelling units. Very interesting program. If you think that you would like a unit in your yard or perhaps in your house, please take a look at the website. It even has pre-designed units that are ready for building permits and investment at any time. The Collingwood Arts Centre next steps went through phase 2, and we had some maturation on our communications, including the processes and our public engagement processes. I hope that if you're out in the community, you see improved communication through the past year. And now if I switch to looking forward on the next slide, there's two 2024 slides. We mentioned the Arts Centre next steps had finished phase 2. We're now well into phase 3 with a comprehensive consultant who's going to lead us to what this might look like and where it will be, and the maturation of the business case. We're going to do some more work on the staff accommodation plan. There's been looking at what will happen. We've implemented work from home and a few other things, but eventually we will need to finalize our staff thinking for the next number of years. Affordable housing, there were about 26 or 27 projects, pardon me, in the affordable housing master plan, so we're going to get to work on those. We have just refilled the position that leads the affordable housing initiatives, and that work plan for 2024 with its details will come forward at the next one of the next several meetings, so you'll get a further view into that. For the water treatment plant, we took a chance of putting this on here, but based on today's vote, we will review the interim capacity, and that would include some, if necessary, plant rehabilitation options or enhancement options to make sure that higher volume of water could move through the plant. And finally, with council and the steering group's leadership, the intention, it's been resourced to deliver the community-based strategic plan, the downtown visioning master plan, and very interestingly, the market research statistically significant survey, which is something that not many municipalities do, and probably not many our size, to truly understand what folks who typically don't speak up as often, but if we reach out to them, what their thoughts around the future of our community need to be. The year start operational plan is in Appendix B of the result report, if anyone went to look there. Finally, the rest of the 2024 operational plan. On the next slide, you'll see that there is something called the rules framework policy. We weren't quite sure what to call this, so we shortened it to rules framework. But as Collingwood gets larger, we do have a number of bylaws. We have a lot of policies. Some of them are in water, some of them may be in public works, and the clerk's office is leading the consolidation of those into one set of policies and guidelines and bylaws that make sense from a numerical perspective, and so that it's easy to know, what applies where and what we have to search that might apply. There's the bylaws services review, and they're up next, and I'm very excited for you to hear about this review. We'll implement more of the community engagement action plan, develop the binding agreements I mentioned for the grain terminals. We're continuing to enhance our attraction methodologies for recruitment. It's becoming harder, continuing to be hard, and becoming harder to attract staff. In any municipality. Collingwood is great because we're a wonderful place to live, but we still need to work hard to attract good people. And the town-wide speed study, which was asked for by council around can we do a blanket or a broad reduction of driving speeds in the community, and that goes hand in hand with our master mobility and transportation plan. I do want to mention, while we talk about all these really important things, that as a senior staff person and the other senior staff folks and council, I think we do need to be cognizant of the, there can be, even though there's pride in getting all this work done, there can be negative consequences for staff who feel pressured to continue with the pace of everything being a lot of work very quickly, hopefully somewhat visionary in how we approach things here in Collingwood. And that often the upper limit of what we can do is how hard our staff can work beyond their 7.5 or 8-hour days. So we want to find that sweet spot where they're motivated, we're doing things that make sense under council's leadership, but we're not asking them to do too much so that they are feeling stressed, that they're feeling that they're not doing enough. So around this table, it's very important for us to make those decisions and to make them with our heads up, and why this report, I think, is a very important one. Finally, we will continue to report on the operational plan. The end of Q1 for 2024 will be your next report in May. Thank you. That's it from my presentation.
Thank you very much, CAO. And at the risk of preempting any of the comments of the committee, it was a yeoman's list of hefty files. And when we look at a summary of all that's been achieved, it's quite impressive. Anyway, so I see we have no one joining us in the gallery, but do we have anyone online? Thank you, Clerk Almas. Okay, there is no one online. So I will read the recommendation in and turn it over to committee for mover, a seconder, and some discussion. So the recommendation is that staff report CAO 2024-02, the operational plan, 2023 year-end accomplishments, and 2024 year start be received for information. Okay, so mover, Councillor Houston, seconder, Councillor Perry. Comments or questions? Councillor Potts.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. To the CAO, through you to the CAO, could you elaborate a bit on maybe timeline and goals for the staff accommodation plan, please? Thanks.
I think we're going to turn that question over to Executive Director Peg.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Councillor Potts. So in terms of the staff accommodation plan, there's a number of moving pieces that are in play at the moment. In terms of the immediate next steps is going out to RFP to get information on the 10th Side Road accommodation needs there. We're also in, as Council's aware, we were in discussions with the Georgian Triangle Humane Society, and we're also finalizing some details with EPCOR. So as I mentioned, there's a number of moving pieces. Our intention is to have a robust plan in place by the end of this year and able to report back to Council on that. Manager McNulty is quite involved in this process, and I will follow up with him and commit to bringing an update back to Council, whether that be through CO Skinner's operational weekly update in some form, or whether it's formally brought to Council as a departmental update. But it's certainly on our radar, and I do recognize there's a lot of moving pieces, and we are running out of office space, so it is a priority.
Follow up?
No, thank you. No follow up on that, and just on the second piece, through you to CAO Skinner, and I can appreciate the workload with staff, and I do respect and understand that. But I also hope that staff respect the workload of members of council, and we do work beyond 7-8-hour days ourselves as well. So we do the best we can for the community, and I just hope it's a two-way street. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Potts. Any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none. I will just had one question, actually a comment and a question. The comment is that I really do like this report, not only because it keeps us all staff and council accountable and reminds us of what's on our plate and when it's all due. But I also like the format of the report, and I had the opportunity to play with the ability to manipulate the report according to priority or department or delivery timeline. So it's an excellent report, and look forward to keeping track over the year. And I had one comment, and it was with regard to the canopy study that while it has been flagged by staff and council as a high priority for this year, that at the moment it is on hold. And I'm just wondering if we can have an update on that from and I'm thinking that might be Director Culver. If he's online. There he is. Thank you, Director Culver. Oh, you're muted. No, still muted. No, that's not. Okay, we'll just, while we explore this technical challenge, I will turn it over to CAO Skinner.
Thank you. I can give an interim response, and yes, council had been very interested in a study that did a number, 3 or 4 or maybe even 5 items that were related to our tree canopy. And we had some trouble getting a consultant, but we did eventually get a consultant last year to start that study. We realized partway through that we didn't have the staff capacity to support the consultant during that study. And council has, in this current budget, approved the forestry coordinator position, which now will resource us being able to get back into moving that study forward again. So it is in our plan. It should be able to come off hold, but it's really just waiting till that resource is hired, one that we'd like to move forward on.
Thank you. Okay, so if there are no other questions or comments of staff, I will call the vote to receive this report. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. And the next item on the agenda is the bylaw services review. I'm just looking at our clock in advance of our 4:30 break, and I'm just wondering if that's something we want to start, or maybe we should move on.
For the chair's consideration, I believe that the presentation itself is in the range of 15 minutes, which could, and depending if you wanted to start the presentation, we could do that portion and there would be a natural break. Or if you prefer to do a shorter item and then start the presentation after the break, that's also an option.
I think probably it's better to have the presentation and then be able to have an immediate follow-up for public and council comments. So I think we will skip on to one of the next items and bring you back first thing, number one priority at 5 o'clock. So the next item.
If I could.
Yeah, CAO Skinner.
I was wondering for your consideration, there are some staff who would stay for the whole meeting and some that would only have a small portion of the meeting. One of the ones that's limited is the 500 Hume Street item, because I do believe the treasurer will be here longer. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. If you wish to do the 500 Hume next, thank you for that staff consideration.
And that was exactly the one that I thought we might jump to. Deputy Mayor. Oh, yes. Thank you. So on the record that the Deputy Mayor is stepping out under a previously declared conflict. Okay, so 500 Hume Street, proposed restaurant. And I will turn it over to you.
Thank you. Oh,
I want to say, you know what, I'm about to say, Planner Claire.
That's okay.
Just Souza. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have a staff report, a presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And good afternoon, Madam Chair and Council. My name is Claire D'Souza, and I'm the planner assigned to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment for 500 Hume Street. Next slide, please. The application recently came before Council through the public meeting, and now we are at the staff recommendation to committee stage. So the subject property is located south of Hume Street between Raglan Street and Pretty River Parkway South and has a lot area of 1.7 hectares. The lands are located within the industrial fringe with more intensive industrial uses located further to the south. The subject property is designated business park in the official plan. Next slide, please. The subject property is zoned Business Park Industrial Exception 2, M42. The existing exception includes a motor vehicle sales establishment as an additional permitted use. The proposed amendment seeks to amend the existing M42 exception provisions to permit one restaurant with a maximum size equal to the lesser of 50% of the gross floor area of the building in which it is proposed, or 475 square meters. All other provisions of the M42 zone would remain. Next slide, please. The approved site plan shows this slide shows the approved site plan for the subject property. There are two existing buildings on the property. One is located to the south in building pad 3 and contains a 4-story hotel known as the Holiday Inn. The second is located on building pad 2 in the northeast portion of the site and contains the newly constructed Candlewood Suites. Building pad 1 is located in the western portion of the site and adjacent to Raglan Street and has site plan approval for a 2-story office building. The proposed restaurant is intended to be located within this future multi-use office building on building pad 1, which has received site plan approval. There are no proposed changes to parking or entrances at this time. Next slide, please. This slide identifies the reports and documents that have been submitted in support of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. The application was circulated to internal departments as well as external agencies for review and comment. Next slide, please. Planning Services recommends approval of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment as the application is consistent and conforms with applicable policy and regulatory instruments, contributes to complete communities and compact urban form, supports the intensification of a built-up area on a municipally serviced lot, supports the growth of complementary uses within industrial areas and facilitates additional employment opportunities, and it is supported by internal and external review partners. One individual did speak at the public meeting with respect to the application. Many of the individual's comments were addressed at the public meeting by the applicant and by staff through a follow-up email. Council feedback was also received at the public meeting, primarily with respect to any potential land use conflicts between the proposed development and the lands located to the northwest. Staff have further reviewed the adjacent lands and do not anticipate any land use compatibility issues, which have been further described in the report. There are no outstanding concerns with this application. Next slide, please. This slide shows the planning process to date. The items to the left have been completed. A public meeting was held at the February 5th Committee of the Whole meeting, and feedback received from members of the public and council were considered in the preparation of the staff report. We are now at the stage to recommend, we're at the staff recommendation to committee stage. Next slide, please. Pending committee's decision today, the staff report would proceed to the next council meeting on March 18th for decision. If approved, a notice of decision would be issued and the appeal period would commence. Upon the expiration of the appeal period, the zoning bylaw amendment for a minor or a zoning bylaw amendment would come into force and effect if no appeals are received. There is potential for a future minor adjustment or amendment to the existing site plan agreement, should there be any changes to building elevations to accommodate the proposed restaurant. And that concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer questions should council have any. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Planner D'Souza. Okay, is there anyone online that cares to comment? Okay, then I will read in the recommendation and turn it over to committee. That report 2024-05 proposed zoning bylaw amendment 500 Hume Street, dated March 4th, 2024, be received, and that the amending zoning bylaw attached as Appendix A to this report be enacted and passed. Mover, Councillor Potts, seconder, Councillor Ring. Comments or discussion? Well, that was easy. Okay. Seeing none, this is very straightforward. Certainly makes sense on a number of different levels, that's for sure. So I will therefore call the vote. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so we have perhaps going to turn to the clerk. It's 25 after, and we have now two items that are fairly hefty. I'm just wondering if we should just call a break now.
I have other business that's really short if you want to get it out of the way.
Oh, okay. I will certainly entertain other business. All right. So that moves us up to item number 13.6. Oh, and perhaps we can bring the deputy mayor back in as well. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So we are going to, just to get us through to 4:30, we're going to jump to other business, item 13.6.
I have an item for other business. I don't think it's going to just take 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay, and so does Councillor Jeffrey. So we'll go with Councillor Jeffrey, and then we'll turn it to you and anybody else.
Great. Thank you very much.
Okay, sorry, I
expect
thought you
mine
said
would
it won't take a lot of time.
It'd take a lot of time. I
It
think.
will take a lot of time.
So we can deal with Councillor.
Yeah.
This requires no direction. It's just information, and I can do it very
Okay.
quickly.
So we can just jump back into other business again then? Okay. Okay, very good. Thank you, Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. I just wanted to give an update with respect to a couple of the motions that the town of Collingwood has sent to FCM and that were adopted previously. The first was strengthening Canada's hate speech laws. And I think all of us will be familiar with that, including explicit recognition of the psychological harm that can be caused by hateful symbols, and work with all orders of government in addressing the root cause of the hate speech is needed. The recommendation that will be before the board and has been approved by the committee is to incorporate this resolution is expiring. Resolutions only last for a 3-year period, and then they're voted on by the committee whether they will be put into policy. So the recommendation is to incorporate the expiring resolution, strengthening Canada's hate speech laws into standing policy through the following amendment to the FCM policy statement on crime prevention. It's not very long, but rest assured our motion is going to live on in policy in perpetuity. The other one was in June 2022. It's pending. It's on the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action regarding missing children and unmarked graves, and the request to expedite or accelerate implementation of TRC calls to action 72 to 76. And the update is that FCM wrote in February of 2022 to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations calling on the government to make that accelerated implementation, and they continue to follow up. So in June of 2022, this resolution was featured at the FCM's annual conference and was approved by the membership. So those are the updates on those 2 resolutions. And if you're keen on following up on these and many great resolutions, you should book for the FCM annual conference and trade show in June 6th to 9th in Calgary. Most important to get the room first. You can register later, but accommodation gets pretty tricky.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Okay, so we will adjourn then until 5 o'clock. Oh, sorry, recess until 5. Okay, we're ready to reconvene. And our next item on the agenda is item 13.2.2, Report C 2024-02, the Bylaw Services Division Review. And we're going to, CAO, would you have any, or sorry, yeah. Did it again. Sorry. Oh, geez. Clerk Almas.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. I'll provide a brief introduction and also get into some of the recommendations. So thank you, Chair Doherty, Vice Chair Rang, and members of council. We are very pleased to present you with the Bylaw Services Review and the Comprehensive Analysis and Implementation Plan. Staff have been working on this review for over a year as time permitted, with lots of due diligence. It was the division's goal to fully explore the programs and services that the division provides and seek ways to improve service, focus on needs of council and the community, and determine the best approaches to ensure the successful and sustainability of the programs we serve without having to depend on significant financial resources to do so. There's been serious effort to be critical of how the division functions while having a keen understanding of what is working well, where adjustments can be made, and what areas should be improved. With this critical lens in mind, staff also acknowledge that the majority of the feedback of the division is generally received by our council and enforcement staff ourselves. The scrutiny in undertaking this review is guided by a commitment to maintaining a fair and impartial approach, and there's a lot of information within the report, and staff have provided an option within the report should the committee request more time to review the analysis, that you may decide to defer the recommendations until a future committee of the whole session. And at this point, I'd like to introduce Officer Phone to present some of the information of our findings.
Welcome. Thank you. We'll look forward to your presentation.
Good afternoon, members of committee, staff, and the public. Next slide, please. So the Bylaw Services Division review began in late 2022, shortly after the division joined Legislative Services. And it was initiated in response to various ongoing and growing pressures and challenges experienced by the division. The goals of the review are to identify who the Bylaw Services Division is and what it does, including the programs and services that the division provides and supports, to identify the challenges and opportunities for improvement or optimization, and to obtain approval on recommendations and next steps. Should the proposed recommendations and next steps be endorsed, this report will lay the groundwork for an ongoing review over the coming years to monitor progress and govern future actions of the division. Next slide, please. The report provides an in-depth analysis of the division, beginning with an overview of the division's structure and enforcement methods, followed by challenges and opportunities, and future staffing and long-term division structure considerations. The last section of the report summarizes the recommendations and next steps as presented in the opportunities section. Next slide, please. The Bylaw Services Division is one of 3 divisions within the Legislative Services and is a team comprised of a supervisor who has been acting manager, 4 municipal law enforcement officers, a licensing program and compliance officer, 12 crossing guards, and 5 seasonal bylaw officers. We are also in the process of expanding our team this year to support the new short-term accommodation licensing program, which is not reflected in this chart. Next slide, please. While the division is primarily responsible for enforcement of the town's bylaws, the division also leads and supports the development, implementation, and delivery of various town bylaws, programs, and services. This includes community safety and standards, which are designed to maintain community standards, protect public health, and uphold the quality of life within the community. The division's responsibilities also extend to managing private parking enforcement, overseeing municipal prosecutions for building, fire, and bylaw regulations, as well as administering the town's crossing guard and parking programs. Next slide, please. The main occurrence types within the division relate to parking, animal control, property maintenance, and zoning and short-term accommodation enforcement. This is consistent with the types of calls for service in other urban municipalities. Similar to other bylaw departments, the division employs a compliance-focused approach to enforcement of the town's bylaws. Officers prioritize customer service and, where possible, work towards achieving voluntary compliance first through education and warnings. The division also utilizes a hybrid staffing model, which leads to a broader distribution of call types and tasks for each officer. This approach offers flexibility in covering staff absences and addresses spikes in specific types of calls. Additionally, it provides valuable growth opportunities for junior team members, boosting morale and job satisfaction, while senior officers who are equipped with specialized skills such as property standards, officer certification, can handle more complex matters. Next slide, please. 12 different challenges were identified in the report, and many of these are not unique to Collingwood, such as growing populations, ensuring officer safety, and managing community expectations. There is also mounting pressure on municipalities and budgets, which require innovative solutions to address challenges and financial constraints. The questions we are looking at to address is, how can we improve services without increasing costs or substantially reducing or altering the services that our community relies on? Next slide, please. The review identifies 26 opportunities to address the division's current and future challenges, which are categorized into 3 groups based on the proposed implementation timelines: immediate, short-term, and medium to long-term. These recommendations are responses to various challenges aimed at addressing the town's growing population and increasing staff workloads, better managing public expectations and project timelines, enhancing customer service within existing constraints, refining the division structure for greater efficiency, and advancing towards more proactive enforcement measures. Each recommendation is accompanied by clear next steps, and these include assigning staff to carry out the changes, reporting back to council on progress, and conducting further investigations to inform budgets and actions. If approved, the immediate recommendations have a projected cost savings of approximately $6,200. I will now turn the presentation back to Clerk Almas to discuss the recommendations. Thank you for your time.
The recommendations that are identified in the next four slides, as noted by Officer Phone, are related to 12 challenges or limitations that are identified in the report, finding a solution to meet needs and growth, ensuring officer safety, ensuring appropriate performance measurements are in place, as well as that ensuring that bylaw or policy development is outcome focused. So we have broken down the report into immediate recommendations and short to medium long-term recommendations. So as you'll note, going through the recommendations within the report, we have identified them each with their own recommendation number in the staff report. So again, this number 2 will help council when you're reviewing the recommendations. If there's items in particular that you do not support as within a short term and you want to suggest it be a longer term, that would be your opportunity, and we can identify them by number. So within the immediate recommendations is the initiate a comprehensive revision and update to the bylaw services policy and service level matrix, including the creation of a code of conduct for enforcement officers. This is something that we can do within the existing budget. 2, implement the proposed structure changes as outlined in the report. And actually, I will do a further analysis on the next slide. And as indicated, that's approximately a $6,800 increase. Number 3, develop a crossing guard policy that will allow for the consistent assessment of school crossing guard locations. That's currently in the 2024 budget, and this is one of those service areas that overlap with another department. Number 4, limit canine control to operating hours. This would be on-call pay and overtime savings of approximately $14,000 annually. refine animal control to canine control. This would be a cost savings from staff time within the existing operational budget. Remove responsibilities related to wildlife management and control and rely on respective entities. And these entities are further defined in our comprehensive review, including Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, Wildlife Rescue Agencies, Animal Welfare Agency, and Georgian Triangle Humane Society as well. So this one would be a savings of approximately $2,000 to $3,000 in addition of staff time. It's important to note that we would still maintain policies that actually regulate the individual. So for and a prime example of this one would be the regulation of wildlife feeding. So wildlife feeding would still remain a responsibility and enforcement of the division to discourage wildlife encounters within our boundaries. And number 7, utilizing specialized consultants as needed to assist with drafting new and updated town policies. And this is within operational budgets and is currently in progress. Next slide. So our short term, actually, maybe if we go to the next slide and I'll come back to this one. So the recommended restructuring envisions a managerial position that's responsible for high-level operations and expert oversight, supported by a policy-based licensing officer and reinstating the enforcement supervisor senior officer position. These fundamental roles are designed to steer both field officers and administrative staff towards achieving the collective goals of the division and the organization. The proposed restructuring is not merely a response to immediate needs. It is a strategic approach aimed at underpinning the division for the coming decade. It is a forward-thinking blueprint crafted with a hope of providing a robust foundation that can adapt to and meet the evolving objectives set by Town Council for the Bylaw Services Division. In this endeavor, the town aspires to create a sustainable model that balances the demands of growth and meets demands of growth with the need to maintain community standards and governance. The bylaw acting manager is currently responsible for 6 full-time staff, 12 permanent part-time staff, and 5 seasonal staff. This includes personnel-related tasks such as recruitment and orientation, annual performance setting, annual performance evaluation, scheduling, replacement coverage for absences, disciplinary action if required, ongoing training, timesheet review and approvals, vacation approval and management, employee health and safety. Having a supervisor in place can assist with these important and time-consuming duties while also assisting with field work. Staff are recommending 1 MLEO position be vacant, requiring a future decision of council to reinstate depending on future needs, and the addition of a permanent manager position. This equates to 0.6 of an FTE. Noted again that the supervisor position would assist with field work. The total budget increase for the recommendation of this revised structure is $6,800 and would be allocated from the 2024 bylaw and parking surplus. Now, if we can go back to the previous slide. The short-term recommendations, so within the next 1 to 2 years, is shifting from a compliance-based enforcement approach to an integrated enforcement model, ensuring that there's immediate issuances of written notices or orders with limited or strict deadlines, and proceeding to charges, remedial actions, or issuance of monetary penalties if compliance is not achieved. We think having a balance of an integrated enforcement model will help ensure timely resolutions to certain areas while officer discretion is also employed. So with regards to this one, staff expect to provide an update and report back to council. Develop specific complaint criteria, such as criteria concerning proximity and impact that will assist in directing the division's resources toward addressing urgent community and neighborhood-based complaints. And again, that this would require a further review and staff to update and report back to council at a later date. Consider number 10, consider integrating a workload management triage support plan as outlined within the bylaw service review as part of the bylaw policy and service level matrix, with the goal of creating an environment where our officers feel supported and equipped to handle their duties effectively. And again, this is staff to report back to council. Next, staff investigate the feasibility of recruiting casual part-time staff to provide flexibility for non-standard demands such as overnight parking enforcement in the winter or seasonal issues. This one again would be reviewed by staff and reported back to council only if changes are being recommended. Next item is procuring a solution to support dog licensing and registration. As identified in the report, there is a software, various software services out there that provide additional support for dog licensing programs. And the ones that we have currently investigated and had demonstrations on include a one-time fee as well as an annual fee of approximately $5,000. If this is supported, it would be cross-recoverable from licensing services. And this one is based on further investigation. Staff would work with our IT steering committee with appropriate business case analysis and with appropriate budget proceed. The next recommendation is the need to evaluate and acquire additional PPE. So PPE is personal protective equipment and or training. So again, this supports the health and well-being of our officers, and staff would investigate and bring forward during budget deliberations if they don't have the appropriate budget required within their current operating budgets. And lastly, provide a transparent view of an open and active complaints by developing a map that displays all bylaw complaints along with their status. And this is something to be confirmed by future report or during annual budget discussions. And at this point, we're aware of a few municipalities that are utilizing this approach. There is some challenges with implementing such a system, but right now we believe that this could be an easy solution to help with duplicate complaints that are received. Next slide. And next slide. Our medium to long-term recommendations, number 15, conduct a public survey that will help the division understand the community's perspectives, concerns, and needs regarding bylaw enforcement, identify areas for improvement, and determine where resources could be better allocated. This is recommended in the 2 to 5 year span based on council's consideration and support for various initiatives within the immediate and short term. We would be able to have a better assessment from the public on their thoughts regarding the various changes that have been implemented in those initial years. Number 16, create online resources such as videos, guides, and facts, FAQs, to educate the community on the town bylaws and services, subject to improved efficiencies and additional staffing resources. And this would require approximately 2,000 to 4,000 based on previous public education analysis that we have undertaken, and again, would be subject to budget approval. Next, expansion of the administrative monetary penalty system to other regulatory bylaws once the system is fully implemented and synergies are realized. And again, this will require a report back to council. Complete a full review of the town's crossing guard services, including reviewing any alternative options that may be available, such as outsourcing or ending the service. In the review, we provided a particular initiative that's looking at providing student patrollers, and is an option too that's been employed by a number of municipalities that would be investigated. Support the establishment of memorandums of understanding between departments to ensure a clear expectation of support, expertise, and leadership, as well as a better understanding of support and collaborative efforts. And this would help a number of challenges that are currently experienced within the division. It would also help support the understanding in the areas in which the bylaw enforcement or bylaw services division may not necessarily be the owner of a specific bylaw and only responsible for enforcement, to ensure there's a clear understanding of the expectations of each division or all divisions if there's multiple divisions. Currently, we're working with, as council is aware, the trails and active transportation bylaws relating to sidewalk use and bicycle use, and that is an example of a multi-department bylaw collaboration that we're doing. And again, having these memorandums of understanding between the departments will will help ensure that we stay on top of any amendments that need to happen in the future, so bylaws do not become outdated. Next, the implementation of an improved tracking system that will assist in the development and measurements of key performance indicators that will assist in future division requests. Next slide. Enhancing the utilization of technology and automation to improve efficiencies and effectiveness with business cases developed for consideration by the IT Steering Committee and or Council if budget is required. Next is working with our customer service division to prepare a cost-benefit analysis for enhanced integration and allocation of resources. Again, most of these will require further reports back to council, so I'll just review the recommendations. The review of annual fees and service charge updates to the bylaw. Number 24, following implementation of data collection and performance measurement matrix, undertake a sub-service-based assessment. Number 25, investigate opportunities as they arise with divisions such as customer service, special events, and public works to provide extended service hours as needed. And 26, consider the merits and resource requirements of shifting bylaw development to a formalized outcome-focused approach. And next slide. Actually, I do have some comments on the last one. So the approach, having the formalized outcome-focused approach, this approach facilitates the integration of Collingwood-specific rules while tapping into the expertise of departments like Public Works, Engineering, Parks to define a desired outcome. Division enforcement staff ensure that the process remains feasible and aligned with Collingwood's context and division capacity, while specialist departments staff may address key questions without either needing to master specialized topics due to time constraints. Despite this, departments maintain ownership of their own bylaws, benefiting from the clarity and enforceability provided by bylaw services. Future bylaw service policy staff would be instrumental in guiding this outcome-focused process, defining issues and confirming bylaw appropriateness for the municipality before proceeding to enforcement tools. All right, next slide. I would like to thank the effort of my team for their hard work, thoughtful analysis, and open-mindedness to develop such a comprehensive review in-house. In particular, special thanks to Officer Gordon for his attention to detail and thorough analysis and many sleepless nights. We trust this review illustrates all the programs and services that bylaw services provides, as it is so much more than just enforcement of bylaws. The recommendations as outlined in the staff report identify the immediate actions and as previously noted, include numbering. Should the recommendation, council recommend that additional time and resources should not be allocated to those adjustments at this time. As previously noted, there's a lot of information within the report and staff provided an option should committee request more time to review the report and analysis in detail. You may find that you prefer to defer the consideration of the recommendation until a future committee of the whole session. So the recommendations and timelines, before I conclude, have been strategically set out based on the staff resources available and prioritized based on the assessment that we undertook. So if council is interested in maybe moving up a recommendation or moving a recommendation to a longer term recommendation, those may have implications that we would have to consider when we report back to committee of the whole or council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Clerk Almus. An extremely thorough report. Congratulations to you and to staff that authored it. Is there anyone online at the moment wishing to comment? No, there is not. That being the case, then I will read out the recommendation again and ask for a mover and a seconder of one of those recommendations. So that staff report C 2023-02 bylaw services division review be endorsed in principle. I'm just going to interrupt for 1 second. Do we mean to call that 2023? Yes. Okay. Yep. There we go. So staff report C 2024-02, bylaw services division review, be endorsed in principle. And one recommendation is, and that council approve the recommendations and next steps contained within the bylaw services review, resulting in a cost savings of approximately $6,200, and staff update work plans needed to evaluate future changes identified, including the necessary analysis and reports back to council for future consideration. Or the alternative recommendation is, and that council defer the bylaw services review for review and consideration to the committee of the whole meeting scheduled for April 8th, 2024. So I'll call for a mover, and we will sever these. So a mover, firstly, for the recommendation to be endorsed in principle. Councillor Baines, Councillor Perry. Councillor Jeffrey? Oh, you're getting ready. Okay. And I'm looking for a mover and seconder for one of the alternatives recommended here. Okay, it's as an alternative, we can deal with the first motion first. So mover and seconder for that motion. Councillor Baines, Councillor Perry. Questions or comments? Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. I'm very impressed by most of what's, if not everything that's in this report. I only have one clarifying question through the clerk, and I'm not sure to which of your managers you'd like to direct this to, but the savings under recommendation 6 of $2,000 to $3,000 for the redirecting, if you will, of calls for distempered raccoons or coyotes, et cetera. Is there not an expectation that MNR will, or staff from MNR will actually answer the phone and have a individual who will actually come out? Because it's been the experience of many of friends of mine in other municipalities that due to cutbacks with the MNR, they've had a huge problem trying to get somebody to come out. So my concern is there an understanding between this town and MNR personnel that they actually would fulfill this function?
Clerk Almas. Okay. Acting Manager Harrod then.
Through the chair to Councillor Baines. So currently, the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry is responsible for wildlife management. So there's a lot of educational resources that the ministry does provide, which we certainly provide links to constituents when they contact us. But in terms of a response, a ministry officer coming out to either remove a distempered raccoon from private property or deal with a coyote. Typically, that would be left for wildlife trapper or a contractor to come out to deal with the raccoons, or in less cases, coyotes. Currently, the town only deals with distempered raccoons on public property. With this recommendation, the town would no longer look after those because officers do not deal with these raccoons. We're essentially utilizing a contractor to deal with these. So it is imperative that people that may come in contact with these animals make sure that they're following the municipal bylaws, such as keeping dogs on leashes, to prevent those conflicts with animals, wildlife. So I believe that the ministry will continue to educate and provide awareness for wildlife, but to expect an officer to come out, I don't think it would happen here in Collingwood, or as far as I'm aware, in other jurisdictions as well.
Just to follow up, if I may. So I take from that then A, the homeowner is responsible for bearing the cost, and B, hence the need for educational videos on your portion or to educate the homeowners on the new policy, if you will, i.e. better figure out a response should you come across a rabid raccoon in your backyard. Thank you.
The other question, Councillor Jeffrey.
First clarification, are we voting right now to simply receive the report, or are we voting on receiving and option one? I was confused.
We are going on receiving, and then we will decide whether we're going to approve option one or option two.
So we should ask our questions now, or should we wait, just receive first and then ask our questions on option?
Well, why don't we just proceed with questions now, and then I will sever the votes.
Hi, thank you, Chair. So on the same lines as Councillor Baines, like, first of all, I applaud the proactiveness of this report for sure, and setting us up. But that comes with a little bit of a caution, because I know there's a net savings, which I would assume is for a short period of time for this year. But always those particularly salary or job decisions bear with them in the next budget, that position if we need to consider it. So we set up management at, at a minimal cost of 6.8. But next year there comes an ask for an MLEO for I don't know how much. So I don't think we have a really great understanding of that in terms of making this decision. When I think about what the homeowners call me and ask me about, it is about, the raccoons and and so what do I tell them? Well, make sure you stop it while it's still on the public roadway so that it doesn't come under your front porch, because once it comes onto your grass, it's your problem. So keep it out on the roadway so that it's the town's problem. So, but they expect us, because a call to M&R, nobody's coming. And so I think they do expect that level of service. So I haven't really got to a question yet. So still commenting in terms of limiting the canine control, it's Murphy's Law that those problems will always happen after hours. That's just kind of the nature of the beast. It's the same if you're a plumber. Nobody's pipes freeze during the day. They always freeze at night. So I guess my first question would be, where do the dog tag monies go to offset those programs, or do they? What does that licensing money go toward?
Okay, Acting Manager Herod.
Through the chair to Councillor Jeffrey. So money generated through animal licensing is put into the animal control budget. So I believe on average tag revenue over the last few years, anywhere between $20,000 to $30,000 per year. So not a lot of money being generated, and any revenue that is generated goes towards pound facilities for the animals. A lot of it goes towards pound facilities and other related costs, such as the on-calls for the officers. And I know it wasn't asked, but I just want to just to answer maybe a follow-up question that may be asked. In relation to the on-call, so currently officers are only called out when there is a dog contained within somebody's home. So they wouldn't necessarily be going out to deal with those distempered raccoons under current procedures for call-outs.
Okay.
Follow up?
Yeah, follow up and probably another couple of comments. I guess I need to be talked to like I'm a 2-year-old because I'm having trouble understanding the description of moving from a compliance base to an integrated model. I'm having trouble grasping that because my whole thrust and request has been moving away from complaint basis only, because it drives me wild that we have, you know, officers out there driving by infractions, but because no one complains, we're not enforcing it. So that for me is kind of problematic. So I kind of want to know in the plan, and I think maybe I saw something long-term in here, but I think we've been asking for this for quite a while, to try to move ourselves to a self-funded department where we can be proactive in enforcing the infractions as opposed to waiting for somebody to call us to complain so we can. So can you explain to me if there's any entity of moving away from complaint basis only to more proactive? I know we've talked about it in the short-term accommodation in terms of being able to go to the website and read through all of the addresses and who's on a short-term whatever app. So I just would like a little more clarity, I guess.
Manager Herod?
So I can certainly start, and if Clerk Almus wants to add anything further, that would be appreciated. One of like in one of the parts of the report is an area for future staffing and structure changes, and one of those kind of proposals is that officer that you're looking for that would go out and do more proactive work as opposed to responding to a complaint. Obviously, we would like to do that as a department, but we're limited, but we acknowledge that council has requested that officer. So it was important to us to make sure that we've identified that as a future consideration.
Thank you. And Clerk Almus?
Certainly, I'd just like to add to that as well. So together with the integrated approach, we'll be able to do a little bit more proactive enforcement as well. So the report does identify areas that we do proactive enforcement already. For example, if we're out addressing a property standards matter, but the neighboring properties have the same issue, we're not going to leave it at just addressing the compliance with the one where we received the complaint on, and would address it in the neighborhood. By having the integrated model will allow us to ensure that new occurrences or complaints are resolved in a lot more timely fashion. So we're not repeatedly going out doing regular inspections and hoping that some piece of the compliance, has been addressed. So we're hoping that if we we go out, we provide the education, and they're given a strict deadline to comply with, that they will comply. And if they don't, it will go to an immediate action or a monetary penalty should it be one of the bylaws that we do have it imposed. I'll also note, while I have the opportunity, for example, distemper raccoons, rodent pests, areas like that are not within the current bylaw purview necessarily. And so we have attended in the past, particularly in the daytime, for matters like this, just to provide the community support. But really, homeowners should be calling the appropriate pest control as well, or MNR, whichever agency would be appropriate. So I'd just like to provide that clarification.
Thank you.
Jeffrey, I had one more and now I've lost track of it. I think I've covered the big ones. So I guess I would like to sever out when we get to it, whether it's now or later. 4, 5, and 6, knowing that those would wipe out the cost saving situation or wording of option 1. But I really feel our residents look to us for those services. However, minimally, we can at least help and assure them or give them the best referrals to the services they need. So that's it for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Clerk Almus, I wonder if are we able to put those items up on the screen? I know my screen is shut down here, so And while we're waiting, are there any other comments or questions? Okay. Well, I have a couple. The first is with regard to the move to the integrated model. And I was reading in the staff report that by integrated model, it was suggesting a more proactive approach. What I think I'm hearing is that it's indirectly will allow for a more proactive approach because there will be immediate direction to the offender, potentially immediate fines that would reduce the overall workload, which would allow the staff to be more proactive. But I think it's a little bit more complicated than that. So that's one comment. Another comment is by relegating wild animal control outside of dog to MNRF officially, what would be the impact on the lead time for response to these calls? And I don't know whether that is a question that can be answered now or whether that is something that needs to be taken back, because if it's going to impact negatively on the response time, then that is going to make a difference in my mind as to whether we make that change or not. Another comment, actually I have three comments and they all have to do with the level of priority that's being placed on the recommendations. So the first would be the complete review of the crossing guard service, which has been put into a medium-term priority. And I would suggest that just putting my public hat on, that might be an item that the public might want to see prioritized and to see that review happen in the shorter term. Another that I would suggest should be done in the shorter term, and this is my view, is the tracking and development of key performance indicators. Again, that's an item that's been relegated to the medium-term response, and yet it seems to me if we are to establish tracking mechanisms and standards and key performance standards, that we should do that in the short term, because that in turn will dictate how the rest of our policies feed out. And then finally, an item that I felt would benefit from being on the short-term list would be to conduct a public survey to understand the community perspective. That's on the medium term. Given that we are doing a comprehensive review of our entire bylaw right now, I would think that a public survey, it would certainly help to inform all of the work that we're going to do subsequently. So those are three items that I personally would suggest I'd like to see on a higher priority than what's being reflected. And those are my comments. It is a highly complex document, and I, for one, think that it would benefit from a deferral, but I am going to turn this over to committee and we will have a vote on that. I'm going to call then, Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. I just want to respond to Councillor Jeffrey's suggestion in regard to recommendations 4, 5, and 6. My response, I suppose, is, because I started this whole thing, is I agree that at the end of the day, I would agree that animal control should be canine control rather than animal control. It's just that if these 3 recommendations could implement, say, a 2 or perhaps even a 3-year strategy to get to where they want to be, I think it would be better for our citizens and staff, because I just think there's a huge perspective out of there that either MNR will deal with this or indeed the town will deal with this. And if we change this policy this quickly, I think it's going to be problematic for staff and council. So I'm thinking, I understand where you want to be, but if this could be transitioned over, say, 2 or perhaps even 3 years, achieving the same result at the end of the day, but your savings may disappear in the meantime, I'd be more comfortable with that. I'm just very worried about this going ahead as it is right now, but I agree with the direction. And I would also agree with you, Chair, in regard to moving crossing guards up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Baines. There's one item actually that I meant to reference, and that was with regard to staffing requirements, immediate staffing requirements, and anticipated staffing requirements. One thing that I did notice in your historicals for calls and responses was that there has generally been a decrease in the number of calls since high COVID years. And that I, for one, am hoping that that will translate to the department size as it is now being sufficient. I do agree with the filling of the MLEO 3 position. I do agree with the restructuring, but I would hope that as we track the number of calls into 2024, that is not going to lead to additional recommendations for staff in 2025 and beyond, unless required. If there are no other questions or comments, then I will call a vote first to receive this report. Mover, and I had Councillor Baines and Councillor Perry. Okay, so I have mover and seconder, so all in favor receiving the report. And that is carried unanimously. Oh, sorry. My apologies. So the exact wording is be endorsed in principle. So still agreeable, mover, seconder, still agreeable to vote. Okay, Councillor Jeffrey.
Hi, I think, thank you, Chair. I mean, you don't need the next 2 if you say you're going to endorse it in principle. To me, it's a duplication. I think we should simply receive it And if we are going to defer it back to, and I think that the next step is to endorse it in principle with however it's presented. I think we're jumping the gun to endorse in principle at this point because we're still having discussions and potentially staff may have some other changes that they want to undertake based on our discussion tonight.
Yeah. Okay, although that's not exactly friendly. Right, okay. Yeah. Okay, so mover and seconder, would you agree that with the suggestion that perhaps the report be received as opposed to be endorsed in principle? Yes. Okay, so yeah, well, I just wanted to make sure that I did have the wording correct. So, do we need to, we don't need to vote on this again? Yeah, okay. So the next part of the, oh, Councillor Ring. Okay, would there be a seconder for that? Councillor Potts. Any further discussion on that motion? Okay, then all in favor on the recommendation to defer until the April 8th meeting? All in favor? Okay, well, that was easy. Great, thank you very much. Thank you, Clerk Almus. Right. Next item of business is T 2024-03, the investment report. And we have a presentation. Treasurer Quinlan?
We do indeed.
Okay, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, Chair Doherty, and good evening, everybody. Or is it evening yet? It is evening. So I'm here to present the staff report on the investments for the town over 2023. We do have the presentation up, so we'll say to next slide. So the town has an investment policy, and it's designed to maintain the integrity of investing public funds, with the treasurer being responsible for managing the portfolio, including reporting to council, receiving advisory services such as insurance, legal, and financial advice. And the policy itself is to be reviewed once per term, and that will be coming forward for review in the next several months. The general provisions of the investment policy is a balanced approach for managing funds within short-term, mid-term, long-term investments, while a majority of the short-term investments are maintained in cash and shorter-term guaranteed investment certificates, or what you'll hear me call GICs throughout the presentation. To assist with the town's daily operations. And then the midterm and long-term funds are invested in longer-term GICs, or guaranteed investment certificates, and principal protected notes. The guidelines of the investment policy in priority order are adherence to statutory requirements. So with respect to the investments that are held today, all of the investments are in accordance with the investment policy, as well as the Municipal Act. A preservation of capital. All investments are ensured to preserve capital, which means the capital will always be returned. The maintenance of liquidity. The town is sufficiently liquid to date to meet its financial requirements. Investment diversification. At this point, the author or myself, I'm reporting that we are adequately diversified, and maximizing yield. So again, I would feel that the investments we have today have met these objectives. Next slide, please. The table that you're seeing in front of you is a chart that shows the total amount of cash and investments like GICs and PPNs we just talked about for the end of 2023 and going back to 2018. So today, and I'll note that there was a small error in the report, that we had listed the investments at the end of 2023 as 98. It was a typo. It should have said 94, but this chart is correct. So today, the total we hold is $122.3 million with $28.2 million in cash and $94.1 million in investments. And of course, you can see the rest of the years as we go along. These funds represent the amount of cash or funding available for day-to-day operations. So what is sitting in cash in those shorter-term GICs are the funds that we use to support the municipality, pay for people's wages, clear the roads, the day-to-day operations that are required. The other funds, the funds that are held in investments in those mid to long-term investments, include funds that we have on hand in our reserves, our reserve funds, and working capital. And there are other funds in the organization as well. I'll also note that the credit quality of all the investments is in compliance with the town's investment policy and Ontario Regulation 43897 of the Municipal Act. Next slide, please. The town uses two types of investments, again, for their shorter term needs, the bank rate and those shorter term GICs. When I talk about shorter term GICs, oftentimes I'm referring to things that are less than a year or are cashable within a certain period of time. And as part of the town's banking agreement, the town receives an interest rate in their accounts at a rate of prime minus 1.6%. What this graph shows you is the rate, both the prime rate, the blue line is the prime rate at the Bank of Canada, and the green line shows you what the bank account has earned over the last several years. You'll note that through the pandemic period, so between March 2020 to February 2022, the prime rate remained static at that 2.45%. And then in the mid to latter part of 2022 is when we saw the prime rate begin to rise. And of course, what we've heard over the last several calls on the Bank of Canada is that they are holding that rate at this point. But back in the later part of 2023, you can see that they continue to increase that amount. I'll note that the prime rate has not been above 4.8% since 1990. So what's happened over the last 2 years is not a usual occasion. These things have changed quite significantly over the last couple of years. I'll also share that the short-term investments play a really critical role in the town's investment portfolio. We carefully utilize the bank rate as well as investing in those shorter-term GICs to both optimize the return that we can receive, but also to make sure and manage the amount of cash flow we have so we can meet the demands of our daily operations. Next slide, please. This table is breaking down the interest earned over the last several years from 2018 till 2023 for the amount that we've earned in both the bank and the GICs in total. I'll note that within the GIC value there is both the shorter term and the midterm interest earned in those amounts. And you can see that, the trend line is slowly going up from 2021 to 2023, where the highest point was back in 2019 at just below 2.5 million. And today we're just below that 3.5 million. Next slide, please. So our longer term investments, for the most part, are principal protected notes. Principal protected notes provide a secure investment option for the town with 100% principal protection. These particular PPNs, I'll call them, are unique and have a linkage directly to the Canadian Banks Index. They're an innovative financial instrument that offers a good balance of risk and reward and align with the town's investment returns with the performance of the index. By understanding the definitions and the features of PPNs, the town can effectively manage investment risk while seeking favorable returns. The chart you see today is are the PPNs that the town has on hand today. And I'll just go through a few of the definitions so that we can, understand what you're seeing here. So in the first column, that would be the purchase date. The second column is who the particular PPN is managed by. And then you'll see a description, which isn't a great description, but is the description of the note that has been issued by those investment managers. The book value is the amount of the principal, essentially, that is protected. So that is the total amount of which we purchased. The market value is the value of where the amount for that PPN is if we tried to sell it today. That would mean in order to receive our full principal protection, we have to hold the note until maturity. But if we decided we wanted to sell earlier, the market value is the rate that they are quoted at today. You'll see the first call of maturity where that is showing is there are auto call options. And an auto call option is that on the day that is noted in the chart. So for example, I'm going to use the first one. On April 17th of 2025, if the index value of essentially I'm going to call them stocks because that's what they're rated as, of this equity investment is equal to or higher than the date we purchased, then the auto call coupon we'll receive or the interest we'll receive is 19%. So right now, this particular PPN is doing quite well. It is the shortest term we have. And I think at this point, we would say that, yes, it's tracking well towards that 19% auto call coupon. The final maturity date that you see next to that column is the end of the maturity. So that means if the particular note is not called on the auto call date, meaning the index is below the index for which when we purchased it, then that is the final date we will receive the maturity. So at that point, one of two things will happen. We'll receive just our principal back, which would be the $10 million. I'm going to use that same example. And if the index has not risen, that's all we would get. But if the index has risen, then we will participate in the same amount that the index has increased. So when you see the words participation at maturity, that means the interest earned will be based on the participation amount in the gains of the index. So for example, if the index has increased by 10% over the time the investment it was held, and we participate in it at 100%, we would receive 10% interest. Another example might be if you see, and you'll see a few lines down, if we participate at 255%, if the index increases, or by whatever the index increases, we would earn 25.5%. Next slide, please. On an annual basis, all interest earned is proportionately divided between our development charge reserve funds, our obligatory reserve funds, our discretionary reserve funds, and then general operational revenue. Generally, on average, the amount that's been allocated to the reserve funds has been approximately 80% of the total interest we have earned. And that's essentially based on the fact that that is what we're holding in those reserve funds, so they earn the interest that is attributed to them. The table here details the actual versus budget over the last several years from 2018 to today. And for 2023, the estimate, which I think is a fairly reasonable estimate, is set at $711,000 in comparison to about $338 last year. So there are a couple of next steps. I think the biggest next step is the review of the investment policy. As part of the investment policy, it states that once per term, that policy will be reviewed. So that will be brought forward over the next couple of months. And of course, town staff will continue to monitor the investments to ensure the investment portfolio is aligned with objectives and in line with the investment policy as we discussed. And that would be it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Treasurer. Short and sweet. Okay. I will read out the recommendation. That staff report T 2024-03, 2023 investment report be received for information. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Jeffrey, Councillor Bain, Houston. Okay, and is there anyone wishing to comment online? No, okay. Just ask the question. Turning it over then to committee for questions and comments. Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. I appreciate the extensive information and the presentation, and certainly not questioning as I go through this, the statement about having met all requirements. I think the extent of the report represents just how intensive the needs are to meet those requirements. I wondered, in regards to the aspect I'm going to be going into is the PPNs. I wondered if it would be possible to have that chart of the PPN list on the screen. I think it'll make it a little easier for people to associate what I'm speaking to.
Jenny, that'd be slide number 6, please.
And I did have some prepared comments, but a couple of things you referred to, I wanted to ask about, and I thought I might as well refer to those first. The first call maturity, I wondered if there would be like a second call opportunity or a third call opportunity. You seem to state that no, there's just the one call and only one call.
If I may, Madam Chair. With these particular PPNs, that's correct. There is only one auto call option.
Oh, I see. So there, depending on the instrument you take out, there could be a second or a third date, and that's why it's called first. Because I was thinking, well, if you can't have another opportunity, then
not yet.
Regarding the return on capital, as you explained, and the item 4 and 5 instrument that has the call option, the annual ROC factor of 5%. We know that those came down 5% between 2022 and 2023. I just wondered why the two closer to the bottom, or at the bottom, they both have the same ROC 5% factor, but they didn't change at all. And I just wondered why.
Treasurer Quinlan.
If I may, Madam Chair. That 5% should not be there. That's a typo.
Oh,
that's my apologies.
That explains
so we'll fix that.
Okay. So I just wanted to say that I may or may not support the receiving of the report today based on its contents, as I have some items that I wanted to discuss. But it simply may be a case where I'd like to maybe have it deferred back to get the additional information that I'd like to see. So I wanted to start first with some background and some context, and then I got a few questions. And we know receiving this annual report is a council requirement. And while duty of care aspects in the Municipal Act are more specific to certain investment strategies, I would submit that it applies to us even just in an empirical sense. Section number 11 of our attached investment policy states a minimum review of once per term. So I would further submit that this report conduct that required review, and the treasurer has talked on that. And again, as I say, as I work through this, it may be a case where I can receive the report and we can do the review later. But I just thought, while we're all familiar with it, it would be better to be talking in specifics and such. So we'll see how things go with my comments. In my opinion, then we have a significant investment portfolio of PPNs. That lifts us on a needs basis to a higher requirement in scrutiny due to increased risk factors. Not on the principal amounts, but certainly on return from investment. Our attached policy on page 13, section number 7, under performance standards, that's where it outlines some of their key considerations. And I wasn't going to get into detail on that because I do think it's something that needs to be discussed at length as we consider leading up to a report that comes back to the table that may help us try to determine if there's enhanced language we've got to put in place for our policy. I would also submit that, in my opinion, as I have brought up before, scrutiny of risk options would normally be tasked over to a finance committee for the type of robust discussion that I think is required. Frankly, I'd rather not do it at all in a committee of whole, but holding PPNs leads us to a need for stock market related considerations for items like sell or not sell options for the PPNs. So I'm going to use the one example of the very first PPN here, the $10 million one. It indicates that the market value does exceed the principal value at 10.24 or 214 million. Market value has increased by over $1 million in 2023. And according to the index, at the end of February, the value is generally maintained at that same level. It's stayed, the index has stayed fairly constant. As noted earlier, and it is shown, the $10 million is protected. But since it has come up $1 million, there's always the risk that it could drop $1 million this year. It's above saleable value right now, and it leads me to a question of, are we better to sell this off or continue to hold the risk? And I couldn't look at enough, I didn't find the detail in my analysis of what we received.
Deputy Mayor Fryer, I'm just wondering, you've asked a number of questions, and I'm just wondering if maybe we want to allow the treasurer to answer each one.
I didn't think I asked any questions until this one I'm just asking right now.
Okay, well, I mean, as an example, there was a question about the timing of the review of the policy.
Okay, I wasn't presenting that as a question. It was just a comment, but I think it's better just to stay on track with what I have here, if that's okay. And so what I was going to ask,
fine by me if it's fine by the treasurer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And you'll have an opportunity if there's another question in there that you wanted to respond to, certainly do that. But it just seems to me like we need to say to ourselves, that's above value right now. If we could sell it for that and put it into a GIC where there's no risk, what's the outcome? So I just wondered if you'd received anything from the communications with the investors or the advisors, if there was anything further that might be able to be shared with council in that regard.
If I may, Madam Chair.
Yes.
So a couple of things. I will respond that the investment policy is coming forward. So I would suggest that it will be after year end. So it'll be more like May, June timeframe, but we'll certainly be bringing that forward. With respect to the value it is today. So on a probably monthly, if not even closer, as we get statements and as we receive the amounts that the investments have increased or decreased, staff, myself, are constantly reviewing that, because part of the allure of the ones that do have an auto call option is that you can gain quite a bit if you if that market value is greater and you sell early. So there are, and not just for the auto call option, there are options to always sell. The analysis that I would say today is that particular, the date that we purchased that particular investment, the index value was in the neighborhood of, I believe, $179 or $180. Today, that index is higher than that. So the expectation would be that we would receive next year, right now, and again, we'll continually analyze this. But if that occurred, we would receive $1.9 million in interest. So it's significant in comparison to saying, taking it and selling it today. I think I meet with our investors regularly as well, and we have the discussions about, okay, the volatility in the last year has created this very, very depressed market value. That's the TSX across the board. It's starting to work its way back up. So what we will constantly evaluate is what is the right time to sell or not to sell as well. So I guess if the question is are we evaluating that? Yes, on a regular basis, monthly, if not quarterly on my own, and then having those discussions with the investment advisors as well.
Follow up if I may, Chair. And I think you brought up the index and what it was purchased at. And in this particular case, it was purchased around 174. And it is sitting around 180 right now. I had noted in the questions I asked earlier over the weekend and that I think it wouldn't be a bad idea to have in this chart for information what it was purchased at and what it currently is at as a part of information. But as I said, when I look at it, and again, I've watched the index fairly closely as a result of having these, and I do agree that it's volatile, and that's the situation where I sit there and I think about the risk factor, and that's the type of information I'd like to consider, because you're right, in that particular case, if it holds, it's a fairly substantial gain. If it doesn't, then unfortunately, participation at maturity is maybe nothing. And the other one that comes into play then is the $8 million near the bottom of the chart, because it's a very similar situation. It's just a couple of months difference in maturity or first call opportunity. So I sit there and say, like, if we sold both of those, and I know the one's a little bit below, but you put the two of them together and they're almost exactly what they are principal, I just sit there and say to myself, I got to consider whether I'm better to sell this and put it in GIC and earn $1 million over the course of a year, or at least know what the risk factor is in trying to get what would be upwards of, it looks like close to $3 million.
Deputy Mayor, I'm just going to interrupt you just to say that you're a little bit over your 5 minutes.
I'm sure I'm way over. And again, I talked about this before. To me, this is something that we should be sitting in the Finance Committee and dealing with. I guess what I'm saying is I would like to see the report deferred. I do have a number of questions I still would like to get into, and deferring it to the next meeting. I hear what the treasurer's saying about maybe not getting into the policy aspects of things because your timing is such that you'd rather have it coming through closer to the summer, and it still should be fairly fresh in our minds then. So I'm fine with that. It would just be I'd like to see some additional information in this report before I'd be comfortable with saying yay or nay to what we want to do with some of those ones that are coming due fairly soon. And I'd be fine with just leaving my comments at that. But I would mind hearing from everybody before I decide if I'm going to put a motion on the table about deferment.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair Doherty. Through you to the treasurer. I'm a naturally cautious person in investing, particularly when it comes to the public's money. Do we have any funds in GICs as distinct from PNPs? And if so, how much, how many, and what value are those? Thank you.
We do, Madam Chair. Thank you. Thank you through to you, to Councillor Baines. Yes, we do have some GICs as well. The value of the GICs are $30.4 million. Right now. Sorry, and I forget the second part of your question, or was there? Sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Jeffrey.
So thank you, Chair. I kind of just wrote maybe more big picture questions, and I have a third one now. Are we past the year where we can think about a finance committee again? Through to the clerk, I guess. I would take a reconsideration at this point.
Clerk Holmes?
Yeah.
Thank you. Through the chair, a reconsideration would be required.
Okay. So, you know, I come from maybe the same kind of era as Councillor Baines, that one the hand's better than two in the bush. And when it comes to these PPNs, they feel very much like, and I know the other philosophy's always been you don't lose till you sell them. So if you hang on to them, you might still lose. But how does this limit us in terms of our options for internal borrowing when we use PPNs?
Treasurer Quinlan?
If I may, through you to Councillor Jeffrey, I have timed our maturities with all of the funds that we have with respect to our projects. That's part of our investment policy and also part of the Municipal Act. So unless something very unusual occurs, the cash and the GICs are available for us to do the internal borrowing that's required.
All right. So that makes me feel a little bit better that we've planned for that. And I guess really at the end of the day, it would irk me that we went along and just had our principal guaranteed on all of these. And then the bank made all that money over 10 years on the tax in the back of the taxpayers. And that's the most frustrating part for me. So I think you're a brave woman. It's not something I'd be doing, but I mean, it's done. And so we need to monitor it now and do the best we can with it and hope for the best, I guess. So that's it for now. And I'll support a deferral so we can have some more questions if needed.
Sorry, what was the last part you support?
I would support a deferral if there's more questions going forward.
Okay. Treasurer Quinlan?
If I can just refer back, and I understand that it's an uncomfortable situation, but I think one thing we need to be really clear on is that we have been in a time frame of something that has been unheard of in many, many years. So we all sort of indexes have fallen over the last little bit. With respect to this item, this index that we're based on, since its inception, March 2007, it has increased by 78%. It banks on, and I'm going to use the word bank, the Canadian banks making money. It's one of the most, the safest, I would say, in terms of seeing an index increase in comparison to any other kind of equity. So while I can appreciate that, I think we just need to be clear that one, the principal is protected. So understanding that it would be the opportunities lost, that would be the cost. 100% agree with that statement, but that it is based on Canadian banks, and Canadian banks in general have done quite well over the last several years. This little interruption that has happened, and I don't want to say little, it was a major interruption, was wars, inflation, supply chain issues, and aggressive federal rates. Because I think what some people maybe, and even myself, maybe follow is that, well, when the prime rate is high, you would expect the banks do better. But the fact is it's the opposite. When the prime rate is high, the banks don't earn as much because they lend less. When they lend less, they earn less. So at this point, while we're seeing the feds come out and say, we're going to hold, and we hope, in the next week that we hear that again, and that provides, well, not everybody hopes, but I hope that we hear that again, that helps the situation as well. So why we see, it's a combination of things, but this market value is largely impacted on something that we haven't seen in our economy in almost 35 years. So I totally appreciate and respect what you're saying, Councillor Jeffrey. I just wanted to be clear, though, that it is Canadian banks and nothing else.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions? Okay, so we have a motion on the table now to...
Chair Doherty, I hadn't actually made the motion yet, so I was just going to request to speak before, and I'm going to, but sorry about that. And through you, I understand the talk about the index and the factors that have. As I said, I've watched the index fairly closely over the past year. And it is volatile, and that is where I get a little bit antsy because I'm risk adverse, and I'll admit to that in a second. But I just looking for some more information and some more detail before I let the data in the report. I'm not challenging any of the spots that I thought was a little bit of a flip. They've been explained by the treasurer. So it's just it's happened similarly in the budget situations where I brought up things and I knew it was going to get more detailed than we could handle at the level here. When I ask for deferral, I'm going to ask as well that council give me permission to meet with the treasurer and probably her staff to go over it in more detail. I've always offered the opportunity for somebody else to join in that if they want. So I guess I'll put a motion on the table about deferral for just the next meeting. The other aspect of that is Mayor Hamlin will be here, and I think that's a better opportunity for her to be discussing in committee of the whole than in a council situation. So just till next meeting, and then maybe through the course of the next short while, I'll get some of the additional detail, and either it gets added to the report or it's just something that gets circulated to council so they're aware of it. So I will make that request for deferral until March the 18th.
Okay, so motion to defer, seconded by Councillor Jeffrey. CAO Skinner.
Thank you very much. Just a comment from the staff side. The recommendation for this report is to receive it, and that's the requirement. And I'm wondering if we're getting into something beyond the intentions of the report that potentially is a separate something different beyond the receiving of the required report under the investment policy.
Thank you.
If I may, Chair, I don't believe so. I think, again, just as I said, I'm looking for some additional detail before supporting receiving it, and that we have the detail we need. And because I do want to consider quite strongly, are we better to entertain sale on some of these? So as it stands right now, the report says that we're going to hold. So I felt that it needed to have a little bit more detail.
Councillor Jeffrey.
In fairness to the discussion.
Sorry, thank you. I have my secretary here. In fairness to the discussion, I think that it's like receiving we can't change the report per se. The treasurer's report is the treasurer's report. So perhaps we should receive it, but extend the opportunity to the deputy mayor to follow up with staff to answer his questions, which may lead to some other discussion or a notice of motion in terms of trying to set up a finance committee or move into the investment policy changes discussion.
I just kind of anticipated that discussion at the council table. So as part of the council agenda is a little more difficult. And as I said, Mayor Hamlin hasn't even had any input in it. So that's where I was at.
If no one else is going to comment, then I will.
I might be able to help.
Treasurer.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think the intention of the report is it's just the facts. It's just the facts of what has happened or occurred over 2023. I think, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. I think what you're looking for is more about, you know, for example, if you decided that you thought some of these should be sold, that it's not really something that might be raised in this report, but rather as a notice of motion or as part of the policy review, which would be coming forward as well. Understanding that the policy review would be a couple of months out, but certainly I think you could, and I'm going to lean on the clerk because she's sitting right there. If you did want some additional discussion on the investments themselves and whether we should be buying or selling, or I'm assuming selling, that would be brought through by a notice of motion. And then we would deal with that with a separate committee of the whole staff report, that it wouldn't necessarily be dealt with this. Would that be correct? Clerk Almas.
Follow up if I may, Chair?
Yes.
The report says that given the market values are not favorable, the investments are going to be held for several years. I can't at this point in time support that. So I was trying to avoid voting against the report because, as I said, the detail in the report, I'm not questioning in any way, shape, or form. I just don't have enough to follow that statement and say that I can support that.
Thank you. Well, I will weigh in then. I'm also inclined to say that the facts are the facts, as Councillor Jeffrey has said, and that that's number one. So I see no reason to delve too deeply into this report. Your line of questioning suggests to me a question with regard to the policy. And so it seems to me that the priority should therefore be to direct staff to review the policy, as soon as possible. Further to that, this is committee of the whole. It hasn't come to council yet, so that does allow you another 2 weeks to continue to explore your line of questioning. And you certainly can either vote against it or bring forward motions for alternate direction. So all to say, I will not be supporting a motion to defer at this time.
And if I may, Chair Doherty, in all due respect, I don't believe it's a policy issue. As I said, it's a decision to hold the instrument rather than entertain sale. And to me, that's not a policy decision. That's a decision about the vehicles based on the information that we have, or the instruments, I guess, not vehicles. So, but I appreciate your position. Yeah.
Thank you. So, is there any further question? Clerk Almas, did you have okay. Yeah, okay. So, if there is no further comment or question with regard to the motion to defer, I will call the vote on that. All in favor? And that's 3 and 4. Opposed then. And that is 3. So the motion passes. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Do it again. All right. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, sorry, 5. Yeah. Okay. And opposed, if any, and that is 1, 2, 3. So the motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next. The PW 2024-05 semi-annual water and wastewater uncommitted hydraulic reserve capacity update. And Director Slama is already up at the podium and ready to go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I'm here this evening to speak to this report, the semi-annual water and wastewater uncommitted hydraulic reserve capacity update. I will note that Acting Manager Ken Caden is also online, and both of us will be available to answer any questions following my brief presentation. Next slide, please. So this report provides an update on the uncommitted hydraulic capacity at both the water treatment plant and the wastewater treatment plants. Following the culmination of the 23 treatment plant data, the water treatment plant is operating at 80% capacity of its rated capacity, and the wastewater treatment plant is operating at approximately 75% of its rated capacity. The town has advanced a water treatment plant expansion with design complete and construction tenders received in September 2023. The town has secured an extension of the low tender bid to April 16th, 2024, while the town with our partner, New Tecumseth, continue to work on securing funding and financing for the project. In line with industry practice, the commencement of a class environmental assessment for the wastewater treatment plant expansion was included in the 2024 budget. The study will evaluate expansion opportunities for the wastewater treatment plant. Until both of these plants are expanded, the town has limited available capacity for new development. The town implemented an ICBL in April 2021 to allow the town to complete the work necessary to put control measures in place to manage development in line with available capacity. The ICBL was lifted in July 2023. And the town adopted a servicing capacity allocation policy in May 22, which was amended in January 23. Next slide, please. In accordance with our servicing capacity allocation policy, or SCAP, as I'll refer to it, the uncommitted hydraulic reserve capacities for the drinking water and wastewater systems need to be updated twice a year. This ensures that there is a clear picture on the servicing capacity remaining available for allocation to new development. Each year in the first report, the numbers used in the calculation are reset based on what occurred in the previous year. This allows the data to fluctuate with changes in water demand, wastewater flows, development approvals, as well as progress on construction of housing units. For instance, for the years of 2021 through 2023, the water maximum day demand has remained constant or relatively constant at 79–80% of the plant capacity, even though new development has been constructed and occupied. This would change if we had a dry summer and residents started irrigating their lawns. The annual reset will also recognize if development hasn't proceeded and allocation is considered for revocation where there has been a lack of project on site-specific projects. Next slide, please. The hydraulic reserve capacity of the water treatment plant is, and both plants is shown on the slide in front of you. So for the water treatment plant, it's 5,590 cubic meters per day, or 4,189 SDUs. And the hydraulic reserve capacity of the wastewater treatment plant is 6,611 cubic meters per day, or 6,513 SDUs. And SDUs are single dwelling units. Don't think I mentioned that. So shrewd council and community members may note we are no longer reporting on winter and summer availability for water. This is because the UV disinfection process installed at the water treatment plant has removed the water disinfection limitations and removed that differential. Next slide, please. To determine uncommitted reserve capacity, existing unconnected development is subtracted. So that's vacant lots, along with committed development capacity. And those have been allocated through ICBL exemptions and SCAP batch allocations. And we continue to include a factor of safety of 5% to be preserved until both the water treatment plant and wastewater treatment plant are under construction and within 3 years of completion. So this then determines the servicing capacity that's available to be allocated to new development proposals. Next slide, please. Just to give a bit of a refresher on what's committed and what's uncommitted, committed servicing capacity is allocated to approved site plans, registered plans of subdivision with no further planning approvals, building permits issued with no planning approval required, and ICBL exemptions. There are approved planning applications that have a commitment to allocate, which are considered uncommitted. These include registered plan of subdivisions with site plan approvals required and draft plans of subdivision. The SCAP provides guidance on how servicing capacity commitments will be made with these typical larger development files. Next slide, please. So the calculated uncommitted hydraulic reserve capacity is as shown on this chart in front of you. So for the water treatment plant, we have 1,815 cubic meters per day available to be allocated, or 1,365 SDUs. And on the wastewater side, we have 3,987 cubic meters per day, or 3,928 SDUs. So again, this is a servicing capacity that is available to be allocated to development proposals. Next slide, please. We've included in the report a table of the uncommitted allocations. It's important to keep these in mind as we allocate capacity through the batch process. So staff always keep this in mind. These developments could proceed at any time, except for, I will qualify it by saying except for Panorama North, which is shown on the chart. Their development plan approval speaks to, or the draft plan approval speaks to servicing capacity where the water treatment plant expansion is complete. Next slide, please. So for 2024, staff are recommending an allotment of 400 SDUs for water and 490 SDUs for wastewater. As per our SCAP policy, 80 SDUs for water, and we're recommending 90 SDUs for wastewater, are set aside for minor developments that don't require planning approvals. Next slide, please. It's important to consider how the remaining available capacity can be distributed in the future short term. So the report this time around, the report includes a forecast of the annual allocation allotments, considering the timelines associated with both the water treatment plant expansion and the wastewater treatment plant expansion. For both utilities, staff recommend retaining a 5% factor of safety until the expansion is within 3 years from completion, construction completion. The factor of safety allows for fluctuations in demands and flows, as we should see both the water maximum day demand and the wastewater average day flow increasing each year as new development is occupied. Staff have also set aside 500 SDUs for municipal projects. These timelines are estimates, and they will be refined as the projects proceed. For instance, following receipt of the tender bids for the water treatment plant expansion, all of the general contractors indicated phase 1 commissioning would take 5 years, not the 4 years estimated earlier in the project process. So this is a way for us to be able to incorporate those kind of changes. It is important to review this forecast annually when determining the annual allotment, so timing adjustments can be incorporated. So, Madam Chair, this completes my summary, and again, Acting Manager Ken Caden and myself are available for any questions.
Very good. Thank you, Director Slama. No one's online. Okay, I will read in the recommendation, ask for a mover and seconder. That staff report PW 2024-05, semi-annual water and wastewater uncommitted hydraulic reserve capacity update dated March 4th, 2024 be received. Mover and seconder. Councillor Potts, Councillor Houston. Comments or questions? Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So through you to Director Slama, I'm just wondering why we would release the 5% factor of safety that soon. Like, I'd rather feel a lot more comfortable if we knew the production of water was up as opposed to the construction was ongoing, because we've seen how there can be delays or supply delays or whatever I'm just wondering why we would forecast that for so early.
Through
Dr.
the
Slama.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Jeffrey. I think that's a very valid consideration. And again, what we've presented is simply a forecast. We're recommending, you know, as we start each expansion construction progress and we get a feel for how things are progressing, I think we'll intuitively be able to, you know, give an accurate recommendation of whether we feel comfortable releasing the factor of safety or whether we should be anticipating maybe, you know, a longer construction time. For now, using the water treatment plant as an example, right, we have based that forecast on the timing that the general contractor has submitted in their tender. You know, so that's a, you know, I would say it's a fairly reliable commitment, you know, understanding that they've probably incorporated a little bit of contingency, but there are many things that could happen as we've experienced in recent years. So I think, again, you know, this allotment gives us a flexibility. It was really just to show council and the public that, you know, we do still have, we have water that's available, but there is a limited amount and that we do need to manage it responsibly.
Thank you. Follow up?
Sure. Thank you. So that's good. And then there's the additional 500 SDUs that we've set aside for a municipal project. To me, it would be easier to take a look at that 3 years into construction to say if we had anything on the horizon or not, and maybe release some of that before I would release the factor of safety. That's just what went through my head. But anyway, yeah.
Just if I may, Madam Chair, and we did look at the consideration of releasing any of those 500 for municipal projects with coming out of the factor of safety. There is a little bit of an overlap on the water numbers, but we did predominantly think that way.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. We have a mover and a seconder. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you. And the next item, 13.3, is deputations. We have no deputations registered. Clerk Alms, is there anyone online who wishes to depute? Okay. 13.4, reports and minutes of other committees and boards. We have no reports from other committees and boards. 13.5, old or deferred business. Does anyone have any old or deferred business? Seeing none, then we will move on to 13.6. Other business. And Deputy Mayor, I believe you said you had some other business.
Yes. Thank you, Chair Doherty. Earlier, we considered the minimum amendments, and when I was considering those, it led me back to I decided to take a look at our process in 2023 that resulted in our a secured developer agreement with the Departmental Group. Because of its importance regarding a new hospital. In regards to that developer agreement, I'm quoted in the news release that came out December 12th as saying how pleased I was that the signed developer agreement further supported the hospital board's efforts for a new hospital on the site. So I've asked Clerk Alms if she wouldn't mind bringing up the news release. I thought it would be beneficial just to help everybody kind of familiarize yourself again with it, because I was going to have some additional comment about it.
Clerk Alms. Thank you. Thank you.
So in addition to considering the release, and before I decided what I would bring forward to council today, I thought it also would be good to go back and refresh my memory by checking minutes and watching some of the recordings. The December 11th in-camera rise and report that CEO Skinner provided about the signed agreement and the pending news release was one that I had reviewed. And I'm just mentioning that date in case anybody else wants to have a look at it. What I was trying to do was decide if anything had changed regarding what I'm quoted as saying. So in the body of what's up on the screen, you'll see that it has myself and Mayor Hamlin, and then the quote underneath that is MPP Saunderson. So I wanted to ask a question of CEO Skinner, and I haven't really had a chance to discuss this in advance, and I'm hoping not catching you unawares. But in your opinion, the information in the release is still current and on mark for where we're at with our developer?
Through me.
Enter back through you, Chair. To the Deputy Mayor prior. Yes, the information that I'm aware of in the news release that was released December 12th is still current. Certainly, the developer agreement, we were very pleased that that was put into place. Council voted on that as a potential development that was of high value for the town. And the province has previous to that approved the ministerial zoning order to change the designation to allow this type of development. You did see in, I believe it was the last meeting, that the province is monitoring these ministerial zoning orders to make sure that they are implemented as they were applied for, which we believe is the intent here. And the intent of a ministerial zoning order is that development will happen quickly. That's one of the reasons that the minister would make a decision. So I think that it is still the case, and we also hope that the province will, of course, award a hospital to Collingwood that can be put in that location. And you may have more to say as a council member. Thank you.
A follow-up, if I may, Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. One of your comments on December the 11th, when you gave the update, was that the signed agreement locked in the 30 acres parcel, and for this or any other party that was involved in the development. And that was an integral feature for me in my support of the agreement because of the situation if there wasn't one in place. So can you just verify that that is the case? Because as I said, that was of utmost importance to me, that this was a case of where if the property did change hands, the developer agreement would stay with the property.
Yes, CEO Skinner.
Through the chair. Yes, the agreement with the developer will lock in up to 30 acres for the hospital. And the way that the agreement is structured, should someone else purchase the property or it stays with the current owner, both of those situations would guarantee the provision of the land to the hospital, pending that, of course, a hospital is placed in that location as part of the community benefits portion of the agreement.
And Chair, I appreciate Council's indulgence on this for me because, as I said, I was just trying to make sure I'm quoted in there, and I want to make sure that that release is accurate still. And certainly by bringing it up, the table's always open to everybody else if there's any comments you'd like to make. So I would ask if there was anybody who had any concern with that particular release, and I didn't expect that you would. But as I said, I think I realize I'm opening up for an opportunity to have a question or a clarification request. Okay, and so just in finaling, I think the quotes in there are helpful to me to understand that this is proceeding the way I thought it was, and as I said, MPP Saunderson's quoted in there, and It's my understanding that the quote he's speaking to is what he's taking forward on our behalf in regards to working with the ministry on funding. So I think it all is a good summary of where we're at, and I appreciate the indulgence in bringing it up today. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, just because I'm chair, I'm going to ask a question of Director Valentine. So the minister right now is in process of reviewing the MZOs that are currently sitting at Queen's Park. That being the case, this development is on that watch list at the moment. Is that correct? And so that there is there's a possibility that if there isn't any further action on that site in terms of planning applications, that the MZO could be removed. Is that correct?
Thank you, Chair. Through you and to you, you're quite correct. The province selected a subset of MZOs, particularly those that were intended to deliver significant housing or other community benefits for monitoring over the next 18 months. So there is a bit of laneway there. They're seeking progress, and as they've defined progress to date is active planning applications for the property, servicing of the site, and municipal servicing capacity allocations. So we'll certainly be helping the province with any information that they require to keep tabs on those metrics. And also, if we do receive applications under the Planning Act or the precursors thereof that are outlined in the agreement, which includes a block plan, for example, then we'll certainly be able to provide information to the province and to this council on the progress being made. And yes, you sort of a end option could be either revocation or amendment, depending on the circumstance. And we have at the staff level reached out to the province and asked them that we would like to continue the conversation before any of those steps are taken, particularly around ensuring that the hospital could still relocate to that particular property.
Thank you. And ultimately, the decision to locate the hospital, is that within municipal purview, or is that with the province?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That would be a provincial decision.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Any other business? Councillor Jeffrey, I think we're going to get you out of here on time. Okay. Okay, are there then any notices of motion? Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll just read. This was actually as a result of the work of AMO that they did with respect to social, economic, and prosperity, and a lot of the numbers that I referred to at our last meeting. This motion was passed at the county at the meeting most recently. It's so whereas current provincial municipal fiscal arrangements are undermining Ontario's economic prosperity and quality of life, whereas nearly a third of municipal spending in Ontario is for services in areas of provincial responsibility, and expenditures are outpacing provincial contributions by nearly $4 billion a year, whereas municipal revenues such as property taxes do not grow with the economy or inflation, whereas unprecedented population and housing growth will require significant investments in municipal infrastructure, whereas municipalities are being asked to take on complex health and social challenges like homelessness, supporting asylum seekers, and addressing the mental health and addictions crises, whereas inflation, rising interest rates, and provincial policy decisions are sharply constraining municipal fiscal capacity, whereas property taxpayers, including people on fixed incomes and small businesses, can't afford to subsidize income redistribution programs for those most in need. And whereas the province can and should invest more in the prosperity of communities, and whereas municipalities and the provincial government have a strong history of collaboration, Therefore, be it resolved that the province of Ontario commit to undertaking with the Association of Municipalities of Ontario a comprehensive social and economic prosperity review to promote the stability and sustainability of municipal finances across Ontario. And further, that a copy of this motion be sent to the Premier of Ontario, premier@ontario.ca, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the Minister of Finance, and to the Association of Municipalities of Ontario.
Very good news.
Self-explanatory.
Thank you. Okay, so that is notice of motion. Thank you. So, next item, 13.8, to rise from the committee of the whole. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Potts, Deputy Mayor Fryer. All in favor? Thank you. And I will turn that then over to you for the confirmatory bylaw, Deputy Mayor.
And that should only take about half an hour, I think. Confirmatory bylaw, that bylaw number 2024-018, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the regular meeting of council held March 4th, 2024, being enacted and passed this 4th day of March 2024. The mover, Councillor Potts, seconder, Councillor Houston, all in favor? Unanimous. And she wasn't in a hurry, so all in favor? And that was unanimous.